everyone to day 85. It's 85th day. Is that right? Yes. Okay. I, as always, keep forgetting, even though I've typed it up, I always forget what day we're on. But we're on day 85. What a wonderful day. Glorious day, really. That means what? We're 15 days away from day 100. Quick maths. I believe I'm correct. So yeah. Well, welcome, guys. Today's going to be a fun stream. Starting a little bit later, as always, in the past few days. I'm just catching up on a bunch of things. Look, exciting things happening off stream, I promise you. I have a few things that I'm cooking up, if you will. And yeah, we're still riding high in terms of the momentum from our super cool experience where I got to see one of my films on a big screen. So that was really cool. Still trying to figure things out. Oh, also, I think today's Halloween, right? October 31st, is that Halloween? So happy Halloween. Yes, Friday, October 31st. Wow. Hopefully you guys are going to go out there and celebrate. I don't really celebrate holidays whatsoever, so I'll just be chilling here with my cats. Speaking of that, I do have my cat bed installed now. It is currently empty, but we'll see. I kind of want to, I don't want to like force a relationship, if you will, right? So I just want to see if I just chill here, will Nala want to come hang out? And when she does, you know, will she want this bed? So that's what we're going to figure out today. I don't know how she'll get onto this bed without me actually placing her there, because there's no way for her to get here. I try to make it impossible for them to hop onto my desk, or I try to make it as challenging as possible because I don't want them on this desk for obvious reasons. But we'll see. That's that's the only thing we're going to do on today's stream, is just wait and see if my cat hops up onto the bed. Obviously not. We're going to do a bit of work, right? I'm working on my DaVinci Dehancer review video. So we're going to be doing a bit more color grading with Dehancer, hence the title. Let me open it up on my other screen here real quick. Oh yeah, yesterday I got kind of a migraine towards the end of the stream, but I think that was mainly because I was on the road quite a bit beforehand. I was getting a bit car sick perhaps. And then I was just like, my eyes were just jumping between screens too much, and oh my god, that kind of killed for a bit. But I'm much better now. So Nico says hello, how are you doing? I'm doing very well, thank you very much for asking. Thanks for being the first in the chat. I did give you some PPs across the YouTube and the Twitch accounts, so thank you very much. Okay. Just warming up the voice, seeing how I feel. I still feel a bit congested. Maybe that's like another doctor visit we'll have to take care of. Oh yeah, speaking of the doctor, I mentioned I went to the psychiatrist, was it yesterday? And then tomorrow I have to go to get like some kind of blood test or ECG testing or something like that. It sounds as if like I'm going through something severe, which I'm not. It was just like more for fun and for curiosity. I wanted to double check if I have ADHD. So went to a psychiatrist, then they're telling me I have to go to do these kind of blood tests so they understand if my brain is functioning normally. And then I'm going to go for like some psychometric testing. And then ultimately that should hopefully get me to a determined answer of like, are you someone that has ADHD or not? And either way, I'm super excited to just have some clarity about my own self. So anyways, we'll be doing that occasionally in the next few days. So it could also impact when I stream, just because it depends on when the appointments are. Who gives a flying crap is what you guys are thinking. So do not worry. We're going to get started. We're going to have some fun. Okay, so here we are. This is where we left off yesterday. Boom, boom, boom. Is that correct? Yes. So I'm just also recapping for myself. Where are we? These are some of the footages that I had kind of selected for potential Dehancer work. So I've gone ahead and started working through them, testing out how does Dehancer, you know, how do we feel about Dehancer across all of them. So far, so good. Let's do a quick recap and then see where we left off. So starting with our gorilla shot. Let's go over here. All right. So here is our after and here's the before. So I think the general thing I'm trying to do, let me just provide that very, very quick context. So hello, my name's Yobel. I'm a wildlife and travel photographer and more recently cinematographer, aspiring cinematographer, filmmaker, if you will. And so I started my YouTube channel roughly a year ago in terms of when I started trying to post seriously. And as part of that process, I am sharing my travels from all over the world, especially from the past 2 years, where I essentially was traveling nonstop. So this became a wonderful opportunity for me to hopefully build up my YouTube channel. So as I do my live streams, you can see me being productive, is the, fingers crossed. And it allows me to share, some of the coolest places I've been to, share my knowledge, share my learnings, and hopefully just inspire you guys as well with whatever content or whatever I'm working on. So yeah, anyways, that was kind of the impetus, but welcome. Thanks for being here. I do try to stream every day when I'm not traveling, and I have no plans to travel for the rest of the year unless some project comes up so that I can catch up on my YouTube content and live streaming now. So with that context out of the way, here we are, and I'm looking through a bunch of footages that I captured from the past 2 years, and Dehancer is a film emulation plugin. It's a software that works across all of the video editing softwares and photo editing softwares. And so someone there reached out to me to see if I'd be interested in trying out their product. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. I did a bit of research, and I don't know much about the film space, the film as well as like filmmaking. I don't know much about it, but that's part of the fun for me on this channel and my stream is like we're learning. So apparently Dehancer is a well-known software for a lot of colorists, filmmakers, video editors, and because they make your footage look like film, and that has a very cinematic quality to it. So I've been having a lot of fun learning that process and trying to see if Dehancer is something I want to use in my workflow. And in terms of the proof that I do, I ended up using Dehancer across my latest YouTube projects, primarily the ones from my recent trip to Uganda where I filmed with the Nikon ZR. And so that was a super fortunate experience for me. And I did actually end up editing with Dehancer. So I'm going to put that into the YouTube video I'm going to make. So right now, I'm working on a product review around Dehancer. What are my thoughts? What's my workflow? Here's some like free LUTs that I've created. Yo, Kevin, what's up, Haas?
What's up,
Kevin,
Haas?
I couldn't figure out what voice that was for the TTS. What's up, Kevin? Thanks for being here. I was gonna say briefly, because I just popped open Discord. I saw you message me, but I haven't had a chance to actually like look at anything. So I'll check it out afterwards, but yeah, just as an FYI. I'm trying to catch up on a bunch of messages. Here's the thing. I put a job listing out onto ytjobs.com, and I did it slightly prematurely, perhaps, because I needed, like, for instance, I'm putting out a job list for, like, can I get a YouTube editor? And then, not unfortunately, I had a somewhat bad experience on Upwork trying to get like an editor. So I figured let's try YT Jobs. However, I didn't expect the number of applicants to come through and also the number of like high quality applications. And on top of that, I also realized I should have probably waited. Not really, I'm not sure, because I didn't have any content for me to share with potential editors to work with, like in terms of like a trial video. So what I'm trying to do now as I catch up on life, I'm trying to see if I can put together, the finishing touches on the potential projects that I need to work on soon, which is this Dehancer review video we're working on now, and an unboxing video for Pidgeytech. They provided me a backpack, a photography backpack for me to try out. So I figured those could be good trial videos that potential editors can, edit for me, and then we'll see what the quality is. So anyways, I got inundated. Why am I telling you this, Kevin, or everyone? It's just I got inundated with a number of messages across Discord as well, which I was like, oh shit, I didn't realize everyone uses Discord as like if you're a YouTube editor. So people have been like messaging me there as well as via my email, my WhatsApp. I don't know how people get all this information about me, which is like both flattering and also kind of annoying when someone messages you. It's like, hey, I didn't put my WhatsApp number, I don't think, on this thing. Why are you reaching out to me here? And like on Instagram and this and this. So it's just been a little bit like I've been flooded with messages that I've been, excuse me, a bit overwhelmed. Yeah, maybe I need a job posting for a secretary or something. You said I thought I hurt your feelings. No, I have no idea. Well, maybe you will. I don't know. I'll read. I'll read whatever your message was in full later. Why not find someone in your network? My network's not that big. You know, it's just my network, if there is one, it's more just like photographers or fellow photographers. Although I guess recently, because of this film that I made, there was a bunch of people I met there who are videographers and video editors. So, I mean, possibly that is. But the thing is also, I want the best quality, right? And so while I do want someone that I like, it's like I'm playing a weird game here of I want to find someone who is excellent, highly creative, proper like moral compass and work ethics and all that, and someone I want to work with personally long term, someone creative. So I'm looking for everything, which is like, okay. Now, if I were to just narrow that search to who's in my network, I just don't have a big enough pool size to get like high quality of everything. Whereas like what I've noticed on YT Jobs is those are like competent editors. You can actually see in YT Jobs, it'll actually show you these editors are verified as working with these YouTubers. Like, so you'll see like a whole connection between YouTubers and editors, and like the reviews that the actual editors gave. You know, this editor or this YouTuber has 1 million followers, gave this review. This guy worked with, you know, 10 different verified accounts. So anyways, it's a lot more vetted. So you don't have to worry as much about the quality of their technical skills. Then I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, do I have synergy with their workflow, with their kind of creative process? Is this someone that when I work with them, it's not just like they nod their head and, you know, do whatever I say, but actually will suggest ideas, help simplify or streamline things for me, you know, help me on that way, like a multiplier effect, really. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like rambling a bit about it, but I think I found a number of really qualified applicants. It's just a matter of now they're waiting on me to actually, you know, get my shit together and send it off to them. But anyways, finding a competent freelancer might take a few tries. If you're throwing out a wide net like that. Yeah, for sure. And like I said, I've tossed the net a few times at this point, and each time I felt that it was inadequate, or there were things that just I ultimately ended up frustrating me more than excited me about like a potential long-term collaboration. One of the key things, to be honest, is like proximity. So just given the fact that I have over 100 terabytes worth of footages and all of the other things I mentioned, if I could find an editor in Dubai, that would probably take like almost the top priority, just because of the ease of access and the easeability of like working together. Unfortunately, I say unfortunately because like obviously there's talented people all over the world, but like being in the same time zone roughly, and also being able to like actually stop by my studio and pick up a hard drive, or like blah, you know, even work from my place or elsewhere. There's something about that obviously, if that were possible, that'd be great. But I have no idea. Like, I don't think Dubai necessarily is known for having like a crazy amount of video editors per se. So I'm speaking prematurely. Point is, I do hope that I'll find a competent editor that understands my style and I can work with them. And I want to expand the team, right? As we say. So that would be one step. And there's a few other things I'm trying to figure out for next year. But yeah. You said the competent folks are inaccessible. The folks on Upwork with 5,000 plus jobs that are accessible, they're accessible for a reason. Locals seem crazy. Possibly. I don't know. All I know is my experience so far with Upwork when it comes to trying to find like a YouTube editor has been just utter... It's been disappointing, right? Is what I would say. Whereas it seems like with YT Jobs, besides being spammed across all my connecting points, it seems like the quality is definitely there. But the price is also there as well. So yeah, I don't know. Anyways, okay. So here's what we're doing, right? We got our footages here. And I'm just kind of showing some of the before and afters of the ones that we've already gone ahead and edited with Dehancer. So there was one. Oh, and on this one in particular, we just want to highlight when the chimp yawns. So I'm thinking, and I might even spend some time on today's stream, just kind of breaking down my script and like the potential structure for this upcoming video. Because it's in some ways it's going to be pretty standard video. It might be fairly similar to that ZR product review I did, but probably not as exciting. because it's not about like a new product that no one's seen. But I think it'll follow the same structure of like, you'll hear from me talking briefly, giving the context, and then boom, as I'm talking, you might see a B-roll of all of these shots that I'm working on today and yesterday in the past few days. So then it just gives you a nice little montage of footages that were color graded and, you know, edited in Dehancer. And then we kick off into like a proper review. Option 2 would be kind of following the same ZR review model where I just give a quick context, but then I give like a 30-second trailer montage with some nice cinematic music where it then just sequences all of these nice Dehancer shots that I've taken as like a standalone trailer without any voiceover, you know. So like that's something where I can add it to my growing playlist of like cinematic 30-second to 1-minute trailer kind of footages. So that's like option 2, which I think would be really fun, right? And we can almost make that like a part of our DNA of how we do these types of reviews, is like we're always attaching this kind of cool 30-second trailer concept that looks super slick. And that could be something that the editor would help me with as well. Although I personally enjoy doing it myself. The thing is, I have like a laundry list of things I have to get done, so we'll see. So I might be able to go through some of that today on stream, just depends on how far I get. Or if I get bored with just editing some of these things. So we got this horse shot from Zimbabwe, and I did edit it differently this time because I'm also trying to stretch my skill sets, or, you know, try to see what other kind of color styles that are out there. So this one I went a little bit different from what I normally would do, and it was not bad. Although I would say in this shot I liked it a lot more. So I felt like the colors looked really clean on this. So here's the before, and then here's the after. But I think for some reason I like the contrast between the blue tones, the cool tones in the above ground, and then the warm tones along the grass tips. Looks kind of good, and I think the grain looks nice on this one. Sometimes I feel like the graininess I'm not a fan of. Yeah, I guess it's to each their own. But and then this one I really liked. Conan says, hello, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. Yes, thanks for saying that. Yes, we are multi-streaming across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, as always, and I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Just popping in to say hello before I go live. Streaming my new camera that I just got yesterday. Good luck to you. Well, thanks very much. Enjoy your new camera. Hopefully you get some really cool shots with it. Okay, so this one, I actually ended up liking this probably the most because the color grading on this one with Dehancer turned out really nice, and I was hoping it would with like people shots. So here's the before, and then here's the after. Cinema, as they say. Cinema, hashtag cinema. Anytime you got smoke. What did they say? Where there's smoke, there's fire, right? This is fire content. Look at the smoke coming out. So this one's probably one of the hero shots for sure. Then we started working yesterday on these guys. So before and then after. Slightly overexposed because I'm probably not going to show this part. We're only going to show a little bit later as I adjusted the exposure a bit. And I stopped moving the camera. So probably wherever I stop moving. So probably from here maybe is where the clip actually should start. Maybe I'll just go ahead and cut it now. Actually, this would be a good project for the editor, because then it's like I can test to see how do they do like talking head video. But if there's a portion in here that I want to be cinematic, like a trailer, let's see. I have to get rid of this concept in my mind where I have to do everything myself, right? I think it's a little bit of ego and like a pride issue perhaps, where it's like I want to be the one that on my channel, anytime you see something looking cinematic, it's coming from me. And there's like that. I think that's not like the right way to think about things. Because yeah, again, if I'm trying to build a team, then it's a team. It's not, yeah. But I mean, obviously, personally, I enjoyed working on the things that hopefully looks very cinematic. All right, let's just keep looking though. So this one we edited yesterday. It's in very, very slow motion, so. But yeah, this could be a good challenge or a test. So maybe I would supply all of these in normal speed and then see how do they play with the normal versus the slow motion, versus like use of soundtracks, and timing and all that kind of stuff. Ooh, let's join this heist. Oh wait, no, it's too late. Nico, you said, I have a lesson in 30 minutes. I have to go. Have a great stream. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much, Nico. I appreciate your presence as always, as with Conan as well. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, enjoy. Enjoy your lesson, I mean. Oh, yeah. So other kind of exciting news, I guess, for me, just in terms of personal / professional stuff. But I've had a few, like a handful of people reach out to me in the past, usually after I've finished doing a workshop or there's some kind of public thing I did. I've had a handful of people reach out to me in the past asking if I do private workshops. So like one-on-one, whatever, like photo walks or trainings or workshops in general. And always flattering to have that being asked, but I've never had the structure, or I couldn't even think about pricing or like setting it up properly. So it's always just been in the back of my mind of like my to-do list of like, okay, see if I should set up a proper like lead generation and stuff about like, hey, if you would like to do one-on-one workshops, boom, 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 here are the steps, here's my pricing. So anyways, I did have someone very recently reach out to me from that film event, the ZR launch event. And she's like she does like really excellent photography stuff. But anyways, she asked if I would be willing to do like a one-on-one workshop, and I let her know that, I would have to charge for that because unfortunately my time is very, very limited these days. And she was like, of course, absolutely. So now I just got to sit down and think about what would be the proper pricing, and then how would I structure it so that they actually get real value from a workshop with me. But anyways, I thought I was happy to hear that. So that's also another thing that I'll be trying to work on behind the scenes, is just start to work through a proper training course, if you will, for like one-on-one concepts. And then I did have someone else reach out to me about wanting to do like a private tour to Uganda. So, because right now, if you look at my website, I'm currently promoting 2 trips. Let me go ahead and type it in here. Is it tours, I think? Yes, tours. So if you see the link that just popped up, that's a link to my website. And on my website, I do sell my photo presets, but I also sell my tours. And so these are usually, small group tours to different wildlife locations or photo locations where we, well, hopefully you would join me. I would curate the itinerary, the logistics, and you just show up, pay the money, and then enjoy the experience with me. So, yeah, someone reached out to me from my website and wanted to know if I would be able to organize a private tour for this person and like for a couple, right? So that's super exciting. So it's like, okay, we'll see. So yeah, that's my little bit news of the day in terms of here's a Dear Diary. Sometimes when I talk to the stream, that's just how I view it. It's like, Dear Diary, today was good. There's some potential leads, potential opportunities, which I'm always excited for when it comes to like, hopefully building out the business, if you will, being more professional, all of that. So, Wild Photo Teen, I believe that is Conan. You said I got my account back. Oh, nice. Congrats on that one. Kevin says nice. Thank you. Thing is like, it is nice, but I have to make it consistent, right? So I have to make sure. Also, by the way, I'm just looking at the shot. Definitely, I'm a fan of the color grade here. So it's almost like 2 different shots because there's a bit of a transition period as the train passed, and then the exposure levels were quite off because, because obviously having this train here blocking most of the light. I believe I was shooting this in auto ISO. I think a lot of professionals, filmmakers, I don't think they use auto ISO. For my travel purposes, I tend to use it, and I've been okay with it. Although maybe I should do a bit more research. But in this case, I believe it was an auto ISO. So then that way, when the train was blocking all the light, it kind of lifted up the ISO. But then once the train passed and all this light and outdoor lighting just came back in, then obviously everything felt overexposed for a few seconds before it readjusted. So I'll probably need to cut out that middle part, or I have to do some keyframe to just drop it down for that section. But then here, at the very least, I actually like the colors a lot. Let's see if there's like a before and after here. So here's the before, and then with the after, it's like cooled down the image as well as kind of desaturated some of it. So it stripped away a lot of the warm temperature, I guess, from the shot. Kept a bit of the cool tones across. But yeah, I kind of like this look. Okay, so anyways, that's one that we worked on yesterday. And I think this is the final one we worked on yesterday. No, there's 2 more coming up. Conan, you said YRR, which I'm assuming was a typo for yes. What's up? Bill Brasky Shoot says, is this Red Raw? And Artsy Salamander 1.0 says, I'm back once again with my original username. Wait, Artsy Salamander, when you say you're back, who was I talking to before? Or do I recognize you by a different username? And Bill Brasky, is this Red Raw? No, so these are all shot with Nikon. These are the NRAW shots. So I'm kind of going through a bunch of footages from the past couple years of my trip, like my travels around the world, and I'm just re-editing some of my favorite shots using Dehancer, which is a film emulation plugin, just to test out Dehancer, because they reached out to me to see if I'd be willing to test out their product and then make a review about it. So I'm just taking a bunch of sample footages from around the world, from various places I've traveled to, and then seeing if we can color grade and do creative look and feel with Dehancer. So these are mostly in NRAW. I do have some of my the ZR footages here as well that we're going to re-edit with Dehancer. These ones I've already edited, so these are straight from some of my YouTube videos that you might have seen on my channel, which is focused on the ZR performance. So these are shots from my short film that I made, Island of Second Chances. All of these are ZR, color graded by me, but then also using Dehancer for most of these. Here you can see some of the Dehancer effects a lot more, because I think I applied a bit of the graininess. I applied the bloom and the halation effect, so the birds look like they're kind of glowing here. So yeah. But yeah, thanks for the question, Bill Brasky. And yeah, feel free to ask as many questions as you want, especially if it's about the ZR. Although at this point you might have a lot more people who are much more knowledgeable, because now people are actually using the ZR. I only had it for about 3 days. I am supposed to be receiving mine, but I don't know when it's going to be arriving. So, Artsy, you said I was Atatakaku Nakata. Oh my god. I do recall having to try to pronounce that name. So, thank you. Artsy Salamander is much easier to say, but I appreciate both personalities, okay? Atatakaku Nakata. Yeah, anyways. Bill, you're asking, are NRAW file sizes enormous? I guess it's a bit relative. There are people who shoot with Sony and Canon for like cinema quality stuff, and I think they could give better answers, because I don't know how it compares to them. What I know is that the NRAW is very similar. The ZR, the R3D NE codec, was exactly the same file size as the NRAW when it comes to how much time do I have to shoot on a on a memory card. The comparison I could only do was within the camera itself, where when I shoot in Apple ProRes RAW, which is like the 12-bit color depth within, let's say, any of the Z cameras, like the Z9, Z8, Z6 III, the ZR, when you shoot in that Apple ProRes Apple ProRes RAW in 12 bits, essentially, let's say if I had a 1 terabyte memory card, which I do, within that 1 terabyte CF Express Type B card, I might be able to shoot, and I did the test, I showed it in my product review on my YouTube channel. I had a 1 terabyte card in the ZR. I believe it was fairly empty. I shot at 6K 30 frames per second, which is the highest capacity that you can shoot in Apple ProRes RAW. And it showed me that I could shoot about 29.5 minutes or so within that one memory card. And then if I switched over to NRAW or the R3D NE codec, it didn't matter. for both of those, if I then shot at 6K 30 frames, keeping it all consistent, I was able to shoot 59.5 minutes. So it was about like 2 to 3 times as much that you can shoot with NRAW and the R3D as opposed to shooting in Apple ProRes RAW, which is great, right? Obviously. And that was one of the main incentives when I, because I'm a Nikon shooter. And then about 2 to 3 years ago, when I wanted to get more serious about, shooting video instead of photography, I decided, let me try out NRAW because I don't know what's the difference. I'm willing to try. And I know most professionals, or it's like Apple ProRes RAW is kind of like a standard, or it's something a lot of people use. However, the file size was so massive. And I was like, yo, it's a 12-bit file. NRAW is supposed to be 12-bit as well. And if 12-bit can give me 3 times as much filming capacity for my travel needs, that's a godsend, because I need as much capacity when I'm shooting, when I'm abroad, because I only have limited memory cards, right? So, and in terms of the colors, man, I've been super happy with NRAW. I again, someone more technical could tell me, or could tell you, like, NRAW, here are the things that are really bad about NRAW. You should have shot in ProRes RAW because you would have gotten this much more dynamic range, or this or better. I don't know. I don't care. Like, for my needs, it worked perfectly for like my travel vlogs, stuff like that. So these are all shot in NRAW, just as that quick example. So I'm just kind of showing a before and after of the kind of color grading process with these shots. Some of these I added a bunch of grain into it, some I didn't. But yeah, I'm a big fan of NRAW. But now, obviously, I've been focusing on the R3D codec in the past month. And my goodness, I'm so excited to shoot with the ZR going forward. The dynamic range on the ZR is just, yeah, it's fantastic. This is the last one that I edited yesterday. So this is my friend. We were traveling in Vietnam. And so then there's this one town, I forget, I think it's maybe Hoi An or Hanoi. But there's a really cool shot here where, it's right after sunset. And so you have this kind of interesting split tone almost, where you have this blue cool tones on the right, and then you have all the warm tones over on the left from the lanterns and the street lights. So then I just wanted to see, what can we do with Dehancer on this one? So this is where we landed yesterday. I'm quite happy with this. It's slightly more creative look and feel, less natural, but it has a good feel to it for me in terms of, I think my style is more desaturated than saturated, it feels. So yeah, anyways, so this is what we filmed, or we edited yesterday as the last thing using Dehancer. So yeah, so far I'm super loving every attempt that we've had with Dehancer. Bill, you said, yes, that's a very huge file. So 6K 24 frames would give you maybe an extra 20 minutes or so. Compared to 30 frames, I have no idea. No, what I was saying is like all things the same, right? So I was just trying to compare what is the file size differences if every other setting is the same. If I want to shoot between Apple ProRes RAW 12-bit versus the NRAW 12-bit versus the R3D NE codec, which is 12-bit, what would be the file size, or like how much can I shoot? And so with all the other settings the same, and which was 6K 30 frames per second, basically with NRAW and R3D, it was the same exact shooting amount, which was about 2 to 3 times more than what I could shoot in ProRes RAW. So it's like a no-brainer for me, at least in the past 2 years of traveling, that I would shoot with NRAW versus ProRes. But I'm also not a professional filmmaker, right? So it was really just like I wanted to shoot where I feel like it looks really good. I can edit it from my DaVinci, and then I could post it on my YouTube channel or on Instagram, and it would look nice. That's all that was kind of like, the bar was low, right, in terms of my expectations. Now, if you're like a professional, I don't know, cinematographer, filmmaker, maybe you would have more reasonable critiques to say like, oh, NRAW, sure, it's okay. But if you compare the quality and the amount of whatever dynamic range or how the colors look, it's here's why I still want to go with ProRes RAW for these kind of professional paid projects or whatever it is. But that's not me. It was just like, I just want to have more space to shoot and have good quality that doesn't look like I shot from an iPhone. Now, since I had the access to the ZR and we made our first kind of documentary film, I guess now I do want to think about things more like a professional. and like understand what are the technical requirements to make a professional film. That something, or whether it's for a client or for myself, what is like the prerequisite or like the requirements they're looking for that I need to exceed or at least match. And if it turns out that what they require means that the NRAW or whatever other gear that I use will not allow me to get to that point, that's good to know. And I will then want to try to see what can I do to bridge the gap. What's good? Joe Bell, says King Kruk. Yo, what's up, King Kruk? Thanks for being here. I don't know why people expect RAW codecs to be 2 hours for 10 kilobytes. I don't know. RAW takes space. Yeah. I mean, coming as a photographer, I actually, I would kind of push back King Kruk, or I would say like I'm one of the exact same people who would not understand how much file size it takes, because like as a photographer, I know obviously, if you're shooting with the 50 megapixel camera, you kind of get an understanding like, oh man, these file sizes are large. But with a 256 gigabyte card, or even like less than that, 120, whatever, you're always like, oh, I can still shoot thousands of photos, no big deal in RAW. So then when, as a photographer, as I'm going into videography, then it was more of like a holy shit moment when you realize David and Goliath almost, or whatever, right? It's like, oh, okay. These files are massive. So if I want to shoot the same way where I wanted the best quality for my photos, so I was shooting in RAW, I had the highest resolution, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, the files aren't that big. Or it's big, but my memory card can handle it. Then it's like, oh, I want to dabble in video. As someone who doesn't know anything about video, it's like, okay, well then obviously I want to shoot in this something RAW. Okay, let's choose that. And I want it in the log profile. Cool. Okay. What the hell? I can only shoot 5 minutes? And then, yeah, so anyways, I was the same, where I was like, I didn't realize. And I was like, you got to be shitting me. How can I film anything if I only have 10 minutes to shoot at the best quality? But then ultimately I realized, like, you do want to shoot at the best quality. So then the only solution is either use a different camera that is better, I guess, more efficient or has better compression or whatever, or just get bigger memory cards. And so that's what I did. I just said, okay, F it, we're just going to get a bunch of 1 terabyte, CF Express Pro grade cards. And now they're coming out with like 2 terabyte cards, and I don't know, it's getting crazy. Even RAW photos take more space than JPEGs, for sure. But like I said, it's about the scale of it, right? It's like, I know everyone, if you're a photographer, of course, RAW is going to take up a lot more space. But then the connection wasn't so obvious for me going from photo to video, that while the same principle obviously applies, the video RAW will be much larger than like a video H.264 or like an MP4 or whatever, or non-log. You're talking like, yeah, tens of gigabytes versus like maybe tens of megabytes or whatever for photos. So crazy different scale. So I don't fault people for being like, yo, why are the files so big? Okay, so then anyways, so those are the footages that we did up till yesterday. So we still have plenty more to go. We got all of these shots essentially that I want to try to color grade with Dehancer. And then I also have all the original shots here, including the ZR footages. So these are all the R3D codec files. And I want to try to take a stab at it again, almost like on a clean slate, just doing the color corrections. Can I then apply only Dehancer and see what kind of a look that we can achieve? So then hopefully by the end of this, if we end up making like a nice little travel montage, maybe it's like 30 seconds of our product review, we'll have all of these clips utilizing Dehancer to some effect. So that'll be a nice little trailer embedded inside of our product review of Dehancer. So it's like, here's the proof that you can create something super, man, I say the word, I know everyone's getting tired of hearing the word cinematic, not just like from me, but like in general. But yeah, point is, can you make something cinematic with Dehancer? So let's keep going. We ended with this one. What should we edit next? I'm like picking and choosing between like some of the cooler shots. I kind of want to try this one next. Although, you know what? Let's do a leopard one. Let's get some wildlife back in. It's been a while. So let's work on this leopard shot. Now this shot was another 8K resolution. So the gorilla shot was also in 8K. So we can crop in quite a bit. I actually used this for one of my recent Instagram reels. So I made a footage where I showed like the value of shooting in 8K and how much you can crop in. Like how much can you punch into your shot and still have something you can share on social media. Bill says, or Bill asks, but where do you store those files after shooting / editing? Oh my God. This is, yeah, I just recently discovered that I was spending way too much money on storage space, and it was like secretly just building up over time. So I've taken care of the problem, I think. So where do I store those? Maybe soon I'm gonna do on my live stream. I might do like a little desk studio tour and show you guys a view of my desk. Right now it's a bit messy, so I need to clean it up first. But basically, I've just kind of Frankensteined a bunch of hard drives. So like I have a Mac Studio which has 16 terabytes built into it. I have a G-RAID drive, which has like 44 terabytes. Then I have I have like an 18 terabyte WD Passport. And then I have two of these like SanDisk 16 terabytes. Then I have like another SanDisk ProBlade system, which has up to 16 terabytes. It's a mess. And I use Backblaze. So now shout out to Backblaze. That does serve me well in terms of just having unlimited storage space. Backed up in the cloud. And then I use Dropbox. Not shout out to Dropbox because I'm paying way too much money for them. But yeah, those are my solutions for now. It's not the best answer. If I could do things over again, it would be building what they call, is it called like the NAS server? Or like just building out your own kind of scalable server. But at this point, it's just... the amount of money it would require for me to then do that is just, oh man, I don't know. That's so many terabytes. Yes, Bill, I have over 100 terabytes that I shot in the past 2 years of traveling. So, and that's why I was like, look, if you stick around, Bill, hopefully you're subscribed to my YouTube channel, number one. At the very least, make sure to like this live stream video. That everything's obviously supports the channel. But if you stick around, if you watch my live streams, you will never... I will never run out of content, at least for the foreseeable future, because I have 100 terabytes over like 12 different countries that I traveled over the past year and a half. So we got so much footage to work on, stories to tell, videos to create, photos to edit, and all of that. But it's a lot. It's too much. Kevin, you said, I just got an OWC M.2 NVMe enclosure. Wow, I don't even know what half of that means. I've seen the word OWC. I might even own a... Oh, yeah, I have an OWC Thunderbolt dock that I use. However, I'm not a fan of it, or it's an upgraded version, but even this OWC Thunderbolt dock, it runs into limitations when I have too many things plugged in. Something goes wonky at times, so... it's super fast, though? Okay. I have no idea what the rest of what you said, though, what it is. King, you said you about invest in NAS. I need to, man. Give me money, donate to my channel, and then maybe I can afford it. But listen, we got plenty of things that I'm spending money on that I have to spend money on first before I can get to that. So, Bill says, appreciate you and your content, kind sir. Well, you are the kind sir for saying that. Thank you, and thanks for asking the questions. Obviously, it makes these streams a lot more lively. More fun for me as well, so I'm not just only talking to myself, which happens all the time, on and off stream. That's why I'm going to a psychiatrist, right? The only Black Friday deals I'm jumping on is storage. Oh my god! Is Black Friday done with? Or when is Black Friday? When is Thanksgiving? Man, I don't know. I don't follow holidays. Happy Halloween, guys. I think. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Black Friday last few years have had meh deals. Man, when is Black Friday? Okay, let's ask ChatGPT real quick. This is important. Okay, Amber, this is super important. When is Black Friday? And assuming, since I'm based in Dubai, what can you find out online in terms of what are the best deals or things that I should consider buying for this upcoming Black Friday? In the meantime, let's go ahead and color correct this footage. So I just want to drop the exposure down a bit. Let's find the key moment.
Black Friday this year in Dubai is going to be on November 29th. You're going to see some big discounts from places like Sharaf DG and Carrefour if you're looking at electronics or home goods. And for fashion, places like Unas and Bloomingdale's are doing some pretty big discounts as well, like up to 70% off.
Okay, what about for electronics? As a photographer, videographer, what are things that I should consider buying?
Absolutely. For electronics, especially in your line of work, I definitely keep an eye on stores like Sharaf DG, Virgin Megastore, and even Amazon. They often have great Black Friday deals on camera gear, memory cards, SSDs, and even lighting equipment. So it's a great time to snag some of those pricier pieces that you've had your eye on.
What about like on Amazon or B&H Photo Video?
Yeah, definitely. Amazon's going to have a bunch of Black Friday deals on all sorts of camera accessories, lenses, storage devices, and even tripods and gimbals. And B&H Photo Video, as always, is like a wonderland for photographers and videographers during Black Friday. They often do special discounts on things like camera bodies, lenses, lighting kits, and even audio gear. So,
okay, anyways, I get the point. So November, we got a month till Black Friday. That's good to know. What's not good to know is I probably shouldn't think about more ways to spend my money unless it's for like a video editor or stuff like that. Oh, one thing I do want to, I think this is a conversation I need to have with Maple Glades and Cyronius because I know they do the IRL stuff, but I need to make sure I'm starting to do a lot of research on what are the best gear necessary to do IRL streaming because some of you guys, I've said it, if you've been watching some of my past streams, I've said it before. One of my ambitions is that I want to start doing live streams when I travel for like my wildlife safaris. So I have some concepts, I have some connections, but the thing is I want to figure out what are the technical limitations or things that I need to overcome. So obviously the biggest one is going to be network connection. So I'll need like a Starlink type of a situation. And I need to know how stable is Starlink if it's like hooked up to some power source. So then that's one thing. Then it's like, okay, can my cameras connect as part of a live stream? Or do I need like smart camera or like action cameras? Like would a GoPro mounted on a Jeep or something, could that connect to a live stream? What are the other tech stuff that I need to be able to operate mobile while I'm traveling, right? So yeah, anyways, those are kind of things where it's like, okay, if there are sales, maybe I need to buy those for Black Friday. We'll see. Save up your rupees for those deals. Yeah. Got to save up them rupees. Speaking of rupees, oh man, I do want to go back to, okay, few places. I want to do another trip or two to India. And now I want to go to freaking Spain for the links. It's always been on my list, but there's like certain hides that you go to for the links. But man, ever since that mythical albino lynx, went viral a few days ago, I wish I could spot one of those myself. But we read on the news article on stream, the photographer, he had like a hide, or sorry, he had a camera, what do you call it, camera traps. So he captured that lynx footage from one of his camera traps. So it wouldn't be like any Joe Schmo can just go over to Spain, walk around the mountains and run into it. So okay, so right now I'm just testing out Dehancer. So we're just looking through a bunch of the film stock profiles to see if there's one of these that kind of sticks out in terms of like interesting color choice. Right now I'm pausing on this one because I kind of like this, the Fuji Color 100. I've stopped on this one quite a bit. Actually, one of the things I should probably do is, let's open up Notion. Is this Notion? No, this one's Notion. Okay, let's go to our Dehancer. And then let me start keeping note of this, because I did say like what are my favorite film profiles. So Fuji Color 100, I'm going to just bold it because that seems to come up a lot, where I do seem to like this quite a bit. So we'll see if there's like a pattern of these like film stock profiles that we like. Bill, you said, so I'm a beginner and got an FX3. Oh, congrats. I know all the professionals use it. But hopefully, as a Nikon user, it sounds like the ZR and the future of Nikon with Red. It may now be a contender. So you said you got an FX3 recently before the C50 and ZR was announced. Kind of regretting it, to be honest. Any advice? No need to regret, man. Listen, I'm a staunch Nikon advocate, Nikon supporter. I'm a Nikon creator, right? I do a bunch of workshops for Nikon as well. So as someone who absolutely am like, yo, I love the ZR. I'm so excited. I'm excited for what I can do with the ZR going forward and what comes next for Nikon. I'm excited. Like, yeah, all those things aside, the FX3 was that was like the king of the hill, right? There's no one else really that seemed to be contending against it or competing in certain ways, at least for the consumer/prosumer market. So there's no reason to regret, right? If you're a Sony user, all right, we'll be happy that you've got probably, the best camera, the one that stood out for years, and you know that you can get professional quality out of it because you look at a number of like YouTube videos or like really pro looking footages and cinematic shots. A lot of them were shot with the FX3. So the potential to get like really high quality stuff, award-winning shots, whatever, with an FX3 is feasible. So no reason to regret, I would say. But the main thing is just usually I feel like you should stick with one system unless you're not so into the system just yet. So it's easy for you to like switch to a new system. So like if you go from a Sony to a Nikon or to a Canon, if you haven't like spent years building up, lenses and like learnings from the Sony system, then it's easier for you to jump ship to other platforms. But if you're like deep into it, then obviously I'd be like probably best to just stick with it. ZR image just seems much better for half the price. Yeah, I don't know. I've never shot with the FX3, so I couldn't say. I would say I think the inarguable compliments you'll hear about Nikon is around the quality of its glass. So even Nikon haters can always have to begrudgingly say, I mean, like the glass quality, the image sharpness, the image quality that you get, it's like world class, right? Yeah. So that's one thing I'll say. And apparently one of the reasons is because they manufacture their own glass, like they have their own like in-house glass thing, which apparently I didn't know at the time, but like Sony, Canon, I guess they don't, they outsource it. But then on the flip side, I think what Sony and Canon are much better known for compared to Nikon was like the autofocus system. So it's like, it was always like the brunt of the joke, right? Or like the butt of the joke, where people would complain about Nikon's focusing system. And then thankfully in recent times, with like the Z systems, the Z9 and so on, they've made like drastic improvements and they've entered into the mirrorless space a lot more prominently. So those are some of the, usually that was like the knock was like, oh, mirrorless is the future, but Nikon is fixed and stuck in the DSLR world. But I think Nikon has been showing that they're trying to change that image and they're willing to put their money to prove it out. So, well, like, yeah, Sony, Canon, Nikon, listen, you can't go wrong. You really can't. You're brand new, not invested in any system. Well, listen, if you are going to buy a different camera, make sure, all I say is make sure to use my affiliate links and shout me out in any way possible saying, Yobel convinced me to buy whatever product, okay? That's my only ask. Speaking of which, let me plug myself again. If you want to see the type of gear that I use, you can check out my website. I just punched it into the chat. If you go to my website, you'll see I have a page where it just lists all the products that I normally shoot with. It doesn't have the ZR. Oh, wait, no, I think I did add the ZR in there now. But yeah, if you would like to support the channel in different ways, obviously the best way is by watching these streams, watching my YouTube videos, liking the videos, all that kind of stuff, the usual, subscribing. But other ways could be, oops, I did the thing again where I accidentally logged out of my screen. Another way to support would be, if you want to buy something and it happens to be something I have like a link for or a discount for, if you use those links, yeah, I think in some ways it returns money back to me. Although you know, we're such small fries that I don't really check it often, but hopefully over time. Okay, just give me a second here because I accidentally logged out of my computer, and every time I do that, it messes with my OBS. So I had to restart so the audio is working again. Hopefully everything else is fine. Let's just restart everything here. Refresh. Okay, I think we're good. Cool. Cinema has been using Nikon lenses for decades. Who is Cinema? Or what do you mean by Cinema? Is that like a brand, or are you saying like Hollywood? I have no idea. When it comes to like Hollywood stuff, filmmaking, it seems like there's a few people in our chat, in our community, who are like super well versed around lenses, gear, especially on like the high end. And there's a few, like shout out to Beatty, who is actually in that industry, and a few others who are like director of photography and stuff. It sounds like there's all these like really high end lenses that, you know, they're like cinema lenses, right? So whereas like the lenses that I use, they tend to be more for like consumers. So we're just dabbling. We're still in the kiddie pool, okay? All right, proceeding though. I think that Fujicolor 100 is still the winner. I mentioned before that my quick reservation when it comes to Dehancer for like my wildlife footages is I just assumed that maybe it wouldn't be as good, because usually for like my wildlife shots, I want to keep the editing looking somewhat natural. So I'm not trying to be super creative or crazy with the colors and the like whatever effects for natural like wildlife shots, just to maintain a level of like natural feel. Because then it's like, yeah, you watch a Nat Geo documentary or BBC Earth or whatever. You won't see them doing these crazy, like, I don't know. You won't see a shot like this, let's say, or you have certain colors and they're following whatever. It's going to be like, you want it to look like you're in the environments that they're in. So that was my kind of reservation, or my skepticism, let's say. Is that a word? However, so far I've actually been impressed. Like the way I was able to eventually end up with the gorilla shot was, yeah, it was right up my alley. So I think that was unnecessary concern on my part. Some of these look nice as well. Yes, the cinema industry, says King. Gotcha. Oh yeah, okay, so we got Kimbap in his bed. Yo, what's up, Kimbap? Alright, let me just bother him as I drink some of my water. Okay. Now, where's Nala? Where could Nala be? I was hoping Nala would come over and hang out with me, because she's the only one that's been using this bed. So I was like, okay, let's make that her bed, because Kimbap usually likes this one. So I figured let him stay there, you know, chill. All right, we'll see if Nala ends up using the cat bed. Fingers crossed. Okay, so maybe this one's slightly too weird in terms of the green. It's like a lime green. But if I have to go with the approach, either I go with that one Fujicolor 100, Fuji whatever 100, which is more like desaturated, or we go with one that like leans in on the greens. Actually, okay, let's think about this. What is the complementary color to yellow? Is it blue? Let me ask ChatGPT just to confirm. Amber, what is the complementary color to yellow as far as like if you're a colorist?
So if you're thinking like a colorist, the complementary color to yellow is basically purple. On a color wheel, complementary colors are opposite each other, and yellow sits right across from purple. So that's your complementary pair.
Okay, I'm looking at the color wheel, and to my untrained eyes, it looks like the opposite of yellow is more blue than purple.
Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from. It can definitely look like it leans a bit bluish, especially depending on which color wheel you're looking at. But from a colored theory standpoint, it's usually that kind of purplish or violet hue that's considered the complement to yellow. But hey, you're not wrong at all. It can definitely feel more blue to the eye.
Okay, so if I have a shot of a leopard that's chilling on like some acacia tree, I think is the name of it, and the leopard is roughly speaking kind of orange slash yellowish. What are you saying, that purple is really the only other color? But then purple is way too unnatural for the environment. So what would be a natural next color that could complement the orange yellow of the leopard?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we're talking about color theory, that purple complement is more of a theoretical thing. But in nature and in a realistic scene, you're totally right. You might not want to just splash in a bunch of purple. So a more natural complementary color for that orangey yellow leopard would be something in the cooler earthy greens, or even kind of a muted bluish gray in the background. That way you're not going super unnatural.
Okay, anyways. Bill, you asked what's life like in Dubai? It's it's a good question with like so many different ways to respond to it. For me it's comfortable, right? Although I don't have a Okay. How can I answer that question? What's up, Troy? What's up, Mr. Tap? Orange and purple is the best? What's she talking about? Yeah, maybe I should just make this tree look very purple, yeah? Or I guess if I stick to the greens, and the leopard needs to be more on the red side, if we're looking at this color wheel. Hello, hello. Thank God it's Friday. Well, I was going to say happy Halloween. So Bill, what's life like in Dubai? I thoroughly enjoy it. I will say, so I've been here a number of years now. So when I first moved to Dubai, it was after I'd come here for like a brief work project. And so I had a general sense of what Dubai is like. And it's very lavish for sure. There's a lot of like fancy areas. They spend so much money constructing and building the world's largest, the world's biggest, the world's whatever, like you name it, the most grand, whatever. And that's not necessarily my cup of tea. Prior to that, I was, living in like San Francisco area, and I really love the vibes there. It's just, I was very much like a hipster, I guess, the stereotypical, what do you think about for San Francisco? I love the vibes. I love the chilliness. It's not, I kind of like the cold. The views from my walk outside, the hills, everything about it, I thought was great. Bit of nature, national parks nearby. Dubai's got none of that. It's just a, bunch of sand and city built out of nowhere. But the reason I moved here was not necessarily for, visiting and like exploring the city itself. It was partially for work. I mean, mainly for work. But the reason I wanted to even move out of the States was because I was getting more into traveling and photography. So I just wanted to live somewhere before I got too, what's the word I'm looking for? Before I got too tied down with dependencies. While I'm still young, quote unquote young, I was like, okay, let's try living outside of the States and see what the experience is like. And by the way, I do highly recommend it for a lot of people, because I think we get so fixated on just staying in our own borders. But then if you are able to expand your horizon, you can actually end up for all sorts of reasons. One, you can be more culturally enlightened. You gain more experience that is more like worldly, let's say. So it can like round you out a bit more as a person for your skill sets. But even for work, you can end up actually like, it could be really beneficial in terms of like income, in terms of, like the skill sets, or how it can help you progress up the corporate ladder if that's what you like. Anyways, I was going on a tangent here. So if you are coming here with like a work visa, which is like normally how you can be in Dubai. But generally speaking, if you are working at like a white collar job, life in Dubai is super cush because there's no taxes. There's like value added tax on like sales tax essentially, but it's not that much. I forget what it is. But there's no like income tax. Unless you're like me and you're from the States, you still get reamed in the asshole by the IRS. I'm dealing with my taxes right now. But yeah, life is actually very, very comfortable. And it's not always what you see on TV. It's not like the world's most expensive place to live or anything like that. If you actually check online, what's that Big Mac? There's like a Big Mac index, right? Which is used, I thought it was almost as a joke, but it's actually like fairly accurate, where it kind of tells you based on the price of a Big Mac around the world, you get a sense of what's the cost of living for that city or that location. And so Dubai is actually fairly modest. It's not the most expensive place to live. It's not even in the top 10, I don't think. Okay, sorry, I'm just bouncing around. I think this Fujicolor 100 is the one we're going to test with. Yeah, I think so. It's very expensive if you're the type of person who goes out for drinks, goes clubbing, or, you know, fancy restaurants, fine dining, all of that. Or if you like to drink in general, like alcohol is super expensive. So all of those things ends up racking up the bill quite quickly. But if you're like me now, where it's like, okay, I don't have a corporate job anymore, I'm just doing this thing, pulling from savings, pulling from certain like freelance work or things like that. Now it's like I'm much more mindful of how I spend my money. But like, yeah, I just, you know, you can get really good quality groceries for very cheap. You get like, yeah, everything gets delivered to you and it's like dirt cheap. So yeah, it's actually like super affordable. And then rent, like let's stop, you know, if you're coming from San Francisco, New York City, Miami, like those big cities, yo, you would be so amazed if you moved out here and realized you could have like twice the space, live in a brand new building, and pay half the rent that you do in those big cities. And it's like it's something that my friends back home in all the big cities, it's like they can't fathom it, right? Because like no joke, San Francisco, when I was living there, I was paying twice as much as I was when I first moved to Dubai, and I literally had half or less than half the space. And it was like a space where I was sharing it with 5 other roommates. Here, it's like I have my own place, twice the space, and half the rent. Brand new building, or like newish building. I was like, yo. And the rent actually can go down every year. That was, man, I never felt more like a tourist until I realized I was getting ripped off by my first landlord. And both of us thought we were getting away with murder. Because when the second year rolled around, and I was like, oh, I want to renew my lease. He gave me the lease with the exact same rent price, and I was like, whoa. Wait, he didn't even ask to raise the rent? All right. So I signed it. Meanwhile, he's thinking like, whoa, he didn't even ask to reduce the rent? All right. Because apparently the rent went down even like in the first 2 to 3 years I was living there by like, I don't know, 10% or something. And then during COVID, it just dropped even more. So you can literally have your rent go down significantly in Dubai. Because they're always constructing left and right. There's like always new buildings, new apartments. So, and it's not like there's always enough demand for it. So they end up overbuilding, which means good news for you as a tenant, because depending on where you live, that could just mean that your rent never gets raised. Okay, I kind of like adding a bit more color into this shot. So let's go with like something here. Oh, let's also hop over to when the eyes are open. There we go. So now we can kind of get a better sense what we like. I think I like adding more contrast to this shot because it makes the leopard's eyes look like it's got eyeliner, right? So I'm okay with this one because generally speaking, I don't like when it's too much contrast, but I think this one's okay. Okay, let's go to the film compression. Same thing here. I think I want there to be a bit more separation between the bright, like the white points essentially, because it just kind of accentuates the eyes and the fur, so it just makes it look like the spots stand out a bit more. So yeah, I think let's not drop it too much. Although I do like this look as well. If you've been watching my stream, you have a sense, or if you see like any of my shots that I share, I generally like the underexposed look. So I kind of like when things are a bit more dark and moody, as opposed to very bright and airy. And if I'm thinking about this compositionally, I guess, or stylistically, we're peering into a leopard in the thick of like a tree, with clearly you can see obstructions, right? Like we're getting just a little bit of a framing of the leopard's face, whereas most of the body is kind of obscured. So it's kind of giving a shot like we're stalking the stalker, right? We're like getting a quick little peek into a leopard in hiding. So for like a shot like this, I almost feel like it would make more sense to have a darker image so it conveys more of the fact that the leopard's in hiding, right? It's like it's all covered up. It's not like it's bright and exposed out in the open. So I kind of feel like I probably can justify having a darker image as opposed to a bright image. So that's my current thinking. Let's just lean into it and see if it makes sense. But so how about I go all the way with the tonal range, and then usually I like to increase the color density all the way. Okay, let's move on. So there's this expand setting, so we can kind of change it up. So here, I think the other thing, if you see some of my latest like photos and videos, I also kind of like a faded look. So I kind of like when the dark black points, the lowest, like the shadows, kind of have a faded look to it, as opposed to like a highly contrasted one. So I'm actually open to not having it too dark. And we'll just drop the light. So we'll drop the white point. Ooh, and also, now we discovered something. I don't even think I noticed it initially. But because we've been kind of dropping the exposures and the highlights, whatever, it's also revealed a little bit to me that you can kind of see where the sunlight is peeking through and like popping a little bit of a spotlight on the leopard's face. So by underexposing, we're kind of revealing what was the brightest point, and it kind of makes it more clear that the light kind of just bounced right there. And so the question is like, do I want to accentuate that? Which I'm kind of leaning towards. So let's go for it. We're going like super. Yeah, it's gonna be a very underexposed shot. All right, let's try our print profile. So this is the Kodak 2383. This is Fujifilm and Kodak Endura. So this one makes the spots stand out more, like the whites of the fur is a bit more visible. This one, I kind of like this one more. But he's also a bit more camouflaged in the shot. But let's make some adjustments off of this. So this is the Kodak 2383. Let's see what we can change. This one's super warm. I think I'm gonna lift it up a bit. So this is like making the spots stand out a bit more. Oh, just drop it a bit, somewhere like here. Exposure. Tonal contrast. And then color density. I don't know why, but I'm just a fan of always increasing the color density. It's just like, personally, I kind of like it. It makes the colors... Actually, I don't even know what does density do? Is it like contrast versus clarity kind of a thing or whatever? But anyways, it makes it more dense, I guess. The colors feel a bit more prominent without making it feel more saturated, I guess. Speaking of saturation, do we want to drop it at all? Let's see. This is black and white. Okay, I'll drop it slightly. Okay. Okay, so we just turned on the different film effects, like the halation and the bloom, and the grain as well. Like I said, sometimes I'm a fan of the grain, sometimes I'm not. And some of it could just come down to like once you edit it, or once you post or upload it, in the exported file, maybe it looks cleaner. But usually in these footages, I just feel like it's too much. But all right, let's check this out. I'm going to stabilize this in a second. Man, I kind of want a leopard for a pet. Okay, so maybe what I'll do is let's go ahead and stabilize first. Oh, and let's crop it a bit first. So I don't need all of this. We just want kind of the moment where the eye opens up initially. So right beforehand, so maybe like from here. Yeah, so we get that first eye opening, a few blinks. Probably don't need the rest of this. Maybe just as it looks over to the camera almost. Maybe. Most likely we won't use more than a fraction of this, but... Alright, now let's stabilize it. Meanwhile, where's Nala? Where's Nala? Pretty girl Nala, where are you? Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Okay. Nala is still MIA for the stream. It's all good. It is what it is. Okay, so we stabilized this guy. Let's go to Dehancer and let's see what the before and after is. So here's before, here's after. Not bad. Not bad at all. And the cool thing is, like I said, since this is shot at 8K, I can punch this in quite significantly and still have like super high quality resolution. So we can even end up with a shot like this. And everything will look nice and crisp on the eyes. Let's see what the before after looks like for this. So if we punched in, actually, I don't know how to do the math for this. Let's ask. If I have an 8K resolution footage and I want to punch in while maintaining the proper resolution for, let's say, a 4K export, how much can I zoom in without downscaling the resolution?
Yeah, so if you've got 8K footage and you're going to export in 4K, you've got a pretty good amount of room to punch in. Essentially, 8K resolution is about 4 times the pixel count of 4K, so that means you can zoom in up to around a 2x crop, and you'll still have full 4K resolution without losing any quality. So you've got a nice bit of flexibility there.
Okay, so that's what I thought. I was like, as long as I stay under 2x, but then, listen, I'm not doing math right now, so I just remember hearing that number last time, that's all. I'm seeing if I can punch in. Could this just end up being a cooler shot to begin with? Like, can we get a bit of the paw? Okay, so what would a shot like this look like? And then also, let's just head over to the color tab so that I can see the before and after. Okay, so while I really like how it's punched in, I imagine I probably won't do that for the export file. Just because I want to keep just showing, like, you know, even the messiness here, it gives a bit more flex or range, I guess, to see how Dehancer works on a large composition. And then also, let's assume if this is something I hand off to an editor, this could be a nice test also to see, like, how would an editor play with this exact footage? Assuming I gave it to them and in the 8K resolution, it's like, what would they end up wanting to do? If I gave them the free 8K, not free, but if I gave them the full 8K so that they can freely punch in as much as they need to for the final output, what would they end up wanting to do? So, okay, cool. So that's another footage down. What should we work on next? Ooh, a cat. Should I do a cat shot? Dun dun. Dun dun. Oh, let's do this one. This is like a... So this was in Vietnam. It's a little girl, but she's like... I guess she... I don't know how to feel about this, but basically she's like... almost like a celebrity, it felt like, in the town that we visited. Because she just has like a very photogenic face, right? I think like there's something about her eyes that people like... It must be like a... I don't do a lot of portrait photography. But I know for like portrait photographers, there's that one, is it Steve Curry, who had that shot of the girl from, I think, Afghanistan or something. And they had like very striking eyes or like certain features about their face that was captivating for photography. So I guess this little girl was like almost like a celebrity in the town that we were in when it comes to like model photography stuff. So... So anyways, we got to, as part of the trip that I did, because I partnered with a Vietnamese photographer, and so she kind of, you know, she's the one I trusted to make sure we had the proper itinerary when we took a group of photographers with us. And so then as one of the stops, we stopped at the town, and we did this like really cool photo shoot and like video stuff with the girl and I think some others as well. So this was like one of the videos that I was capturing. And to be honest, like there's not really much need for much color grading on this shot, in my opinion. Like I think the colors are pretty good already. But this is why we're testing, right? So I want to see like what can Dehancer do to a shot like this. Also, there's like a smoke. They had some smoke machine thing or whatever. So curious how that affects things. Okay, so let's park it right here. Okay, is there anything we need to do from a color correction standpoint? I don't really think so. Like I said, honestly, I think the shot looks good on its own. This is one of those rare ones where it's like, oh, okay, looks good. Just did a quick conversion to the right, you know, swapping over from the log format to Rec 709. And it's like, hey, we're good. But let's go ahead and see, what can Dehancer do to make this even better? So first, we'll just keep following the same steps. Let's start with the film profile. Start from the top. Oh, we're back to Fuji Color 100. So it feels like I keep stopping on this one quite a bit. So this must be one of my favorites for sure. This one's nice as well. Natura 1600. Dun, 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 dun. Whoop. Whoops. Dun, 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 dun. Kodak Aero Color 4125. I know this one I've used a bit as well. For monochrome dark styles, yeah. So both of these actually. What's the before after on that one? Interesting. Let me cut this up real quick first. Dun, 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 dun. 60 frames per second. Let's go ahead and slow this down. Okay, so this will be potential clip 1. I guess potential clip 2. All right, and then clip number 3. I feel like clip number 3 is probably the winner because you get the smoke coming through. I just needed to, if I could do it again, I think my, what would you call it? I don't think the motion was good, or I could have been better. I could have been cleaner with the physical motion of the camera there. This one's nice as well. Okay. So assuming we got 4 potential clips. We'll just work off the first one and then we can just copy and paste to the rest. But okay, so we got Kodak Aero Color 4. I kind of like this style though. Slightly too warm, or like the colors aren't as good, but there's a bit more of a fade in the dark areas. So then here the colors on her, what do you call this thing? Whatever she's wearing has a lot more color to it, so it stands out more on this one, which I like. Whereas in some of the others, I think it kind of got too dark and it was a bit hidden. This one feels very creative. Which does, like, it draws the attention to the eye, or both eyes. So I guess maybe this could actually be a winner. Kodak Ektar 100, so that's the other one here that I've highlighted. This one's nice. Kodak Gold 200. So let me think. I don't know why, but I'm kind of leaning towards this one, the Kodak Gold 200, in terms of the two styles. Like, so either like the monochrome style, or like the one that's kind of got a warm feel across the board. I'm not sure why. One, I think the lighting on the eyes is a bit brighter on this one. Again, because I'm trying to do everything with just Dehancer when it comes to any of the color grading. So I feel... Also, maybe because this kind of warm tone on the statues, in the foreground, in the background, it kind of matches her eye color. So in some ways, I feel like it actually doesn't look bad to have all that same coloring across the shot, because then it kind of makes it the theme of the shot, is like focusing on the color of her eyes and how it carries across everything. Someone could make the opposite argument and say like, actually, it's better to go with the prior shot, because then if you maintain the brown in her eye, but then everything else is not the same color or like desaturated, then it draws more attention to the eye, which, like, fair enough. And I do like this look quite a bit, but I'm not sure. I don't know why, but I kind of don't mind. I like this faded look, I think. So it's not like pitch black here, but you just have a feeling there's a bit of like warmth across the shot. That's kind of like my current, without knowing how best to describe it, what I'm leaning towards, but we'll keep checking it out. Yo, what's up, Low Bass? Happy Friday, happy Halloween. How is you? I'm doing very good, man. Is your office doing anything spooky to celebrate besides having to work? That's scary enough, right? Oh, is this Honyasu? Or hold on. someone says, hello, spoopy night. But your name is in Japanese, and I feel like the only person I know... Oh, yeah, Honyasu. Hey. Sorry, in my restream chat, it doesn't show your name. It just shows I think the Japanese characters. But on Twitch chat, I can see it. So, Honyasu in the chat. Hello, hello. Thanks for being here. It is me, Mario. Yes. Me, Honyasu. Yahoo. Some people dressed up. I'm just in my office censoring my 3D art images so I can post them on Instagram. Nice. Priorities, as they say. Well, welcome, guys. Thanks for being here. And good morning. Actually, good morning to you, Low Base. Honyasu, I figured if you said you live in Japan right now or you're originally from Japan, so whatever time zone you're in, welcome. You don't even celebrate Halloween? I don't even celebrate I don't celebrate any holidays. So I'm celebrating by editing footages. You know, how about that? Welcome, guys, though. This is the 85th stream of my live streaming journey. So nothing special about it. Once we hit 100, though, that'll be super special for sure. For no reason besides we hit 3 digits. Today's stream, I'm just kind of doing a bit of what I've been doing the past couple days, which is I've got a number of these shots from my recent travels in the past few years. This is from Vietnam. I took a group of photographers with me to do like a photo tour. And so one of the stops there, we did like a photo shoot. There's a lot of like portrait photography that we were doing. So I'm testing out Dehancer. So I'm trying to see what Dehancer can do to my original footage. So in this example here, honestly, this is just, I literally didn't do anything to this footage. And in my opinion, I think it looks really good. So this is like one of those shots where I don't think it's the best example to like show a before and after. Because even if I do no color grading on this footage, I feel like the colors look really nice here. So, which is shout out to the camera. I think I was using a Nikon, either the Z9 or the Z6 III for this one. But we're testing. Nikon camera giveaway at 100 days. Oh. Well, the thing is, I'm not trying to spend more money than earn money just because it's 100 days. I think I would absolutely do that if there's a better like a more prominent milestone. Like if I hit, you know, whatever is a better milestone that shows that like, okay, we can keep doing this and, you know, only go up from here type thing, right? Maybe if it's like we hit like 50 viewers on Twitch or something like that, right? That would be cool. So then if it's like, if we're hitting like 50 viewers consistently, or I don't know. Listen, I'm too new at this to say what is like considered a good milestone, but I would absolutely do like a camera giveaway. I got my Nikon Z6, which is still, I actually have a friend borrowing it right now. We got extra lenses as well that I can give away. I've got that Beacon microphone, which is, you know, it's a excellent microphone. I just ended up upgrading for my live stream stuff. We got some speed lights. We got a bunch of things I can give away for sure. I need something more like something I could be like, oh, okay, I'm celebrating and I can give away stuff because I'm earning more money, let's say, right? Or the potential's there. Low Base says, if you give me a Z9, I will take back all the mean things I said about Nikon. The ball's in your court. Yo, I got my Nikon Z9 in front of me here. Yeah, what if I give away this combo right here? Right? Let's full screen this bad boy. Listen, if we hit 100 viewers on Twitch concurrently, or like, you know, on average, if I'm getting like on average 100 viewers on Twitch, you know, I don't know, this thing is like still way too expensive to just do a giveaway of it. But I'd definitely consider something more like that. Maybe I can team up with Nikon to do a giveaway. Yo, that could be cool. If he's handing out cameras, I want a Z8, says Photo Elite. Yeah, you know what? If I had to redo things, or if I had to like make a choice, the Z8, it probably is the no-brainer to most. Like, I love my Z9. And for the wildlife stuff, it's amazing because obviously I can flip it into vertical and shoot just like I would. And the battery life is insane. But it is bulky. It is heavy. And the ZA has like all the same powers, right? So that is not a camera. That is a bazooka. It is a camera. I'm shooting at you with this bazooka. So it's both. It occurs to me that work is not the best place to do this. People have a tendency to just barge into my office without knocking. Yeah, what's up with the security in your office, man? Kavaitsu, what's up? Kavai says, are you talking about camera gear as giveaway? Yes. Well, someone suggested it as I should give away a camera on my 100th day of streaming. I'm like, get your shit out of here. That's not a big enough milestone, okay? I need some like real successful milestone for me to be like, okay, let's give something away. But I do want to do that, right? I have hopes to do that. I've got plenty of like stuff to give away. I've got an Insta360 X. I have an Insta360 X3 camera, and then I happen to upgrade to an X4. I have, yeah, whatever. I do have some gadgets, not as much as L. L has a lot of gadgets, but yeah. Oh, and then I have travel backpacks, right? I still have some of my old stuff, like the Wandered backpacks, which are like all excellent quality. So I have interesting news about Indonesian government and photographer. There's a new rule that makes sports photography more difficult, is what you're saying? What do they say? Oh, is this something about the size, or if it looks like a weapon, you can't use it? Low Base says, if I could have it my way, I would make my office one of those unused vaults. In order to get in, you would have to solve 3 riddles and guarantee... What if you can't solve it? 3 riddles and guarantee beyond a shadow of a doubt, at penalty of termination, that what you are about to bother me with is directly related to my job. Nice. L also spends their money irresponsibly. You can let her know. I'll let her know you said that. The problem is I do this exact same thing. Look, I spent... like, I think this is like $30 to $40 for this cat bed, right? Now, Nala has used it a couple times on stream, but I had to place her there, right? Because I made it, it's not easy for her to get up here. Because, like, usually when it's not in use, like, if I'm not streaming, it's got a cool little contraption where I can drop it down. So then they can't hop onto my desk and stuff like that. So. But I wanted to see if Nala would just come over there naturally. Because obviously I want to see if she actually enjoys it. It seems like she does. She's slept here a couple times now. But if she doesn't use it, then that was an irresponsible use of money. So then I would be like L. Kavai says, I want the X3. I have the one, but the mount is broken, so I got an X3 dive case. Okay, well, Kavai, I'll let you know. We'll have some milestones and giveaways. How about that? Yeah, I have the X3. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't think so. Kavai says, oh no. Honyasu, yet you cannot sell a photo of person who do marathon any sport without their consent. Oh, okay. 3 years and a fine. Oh, wow. Well, Dubai kind of has strict rules like that as well, where you're not technically allowed to photograph or film strangers without their permission. So it's even more restrictive, right? Where just anywhere on the streets or in public areas, you can't like photograph people without their permission. I don't know what the punishment is. You have to get like, and then you have to get like permissions like from, sometimes you have to get permissions from like not the landlord, but whoever owns the public area. Yo, Nicholas Moeller Photography has given an epic raid. Thank you very much. Nicholas, I feel like I follow you. I hold on one second. Let me just double check. Sometimes I don't hit the buttons. Yo, thank you very much. Nicholas Moeller Photography is a landscape photographer with a passion for forest and cold landscapes. It's all about photography here, not only mine, but also yours. Nice, nice. We also stream editing, usually in Lightroom and Photoshop. We start German, but we have translatable Guten Abend. We have our lone German person in my chat, Daytor. So I've learned Guten Abend, if that counts. But we have translatable captions, and if you say hi, we'll go English. Nice. And also, we do have a translator in the chat. Shout out to Lowbase. So if you type in German, it'll translate. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nicholas. I appreciate it. For the epic raid. Well, W. Nicholas. Yes, exactly. Sorry, let me just catch up real quick. But let me see. Nicholas says, hello there. So Nicholas said, shoot raw grade bold. Ah, okay. Shoot raw grade bold. Wait, what kind of camera do you use, Nicholas? We're here from the forest to watch Yobel Prize Master Dehancer. Yes, thank you very much. I am currently in video mode. I do a lot of photo editing as well. So I started off as a photographer and then I shifted over to video in the past 2 to 3 years. And so now I've been focusing a lot on video. And I opened up a YouTube channel about 1.5 years ago. And I've been trying to dedicate towards creating content for the YouTube channel. So if you would like to support me, if you'd like to see the type of work that I do, let me quickly just punch in !YouTube. Feel free to check out my videos there. The most recent one I did was a 5-minute short documentary film of my time hanging out with a bunch of rescued chimpanzees. So if you like animals, and if you like kind of hopefully an interesting story around the animals, that is the most recent one I did. And so you can see a little bit of that clips here. And so I'm just kind of recolor grading or, editing some of these footages with Dehancer. So Dehancer is a film emulation software. They reached out to me to see if I'd be willing to test out their product and then, have an honest review about it. So I'm spending some time trying to see how Dehancer looks on a number of my footages from my travels around the world. So yeah, that's essentially what we're doing here. So thank you, Nicholas. It sounds like we have some similarities. I also like to do the live streams to, like edit photos or videos, show the behind the scenes. You said you're exotic. You use the OM Systems camera? I have no idea what that is. Hold on. I don't know much about anything, so let me look this up. OM System cameras, and then let me just catch up on some of the chats. Photo, you said... Hold on. Kavai said, tried so many fixes like 3D printing a new mount and getting screws for it, but didn't hold up. No fixes on the internet. Oh, for your Insta360? So you made your own dive case. Yo, more power to you. Photo says, it was an irresponsible waste of money. Your cats would be happier with the cardboard box it came in. No kidding, by the way, because I mentioned this before, but hold on. That was the original cat bed that I purchased for my 2 cats, and none of them really used it except for one time. Then I happened to just, because I forgot, I left a cardboard box, like an Amazon box, on top of the bed. And then after that, Nala, one of my cats, just kept using it over and over and over again. So it is weird. Cats are just like, yeah. Spending money on cats, I agree with you, is always irresponsible. Besides, like, I guess food or whatever. Water. The usual. But thank you guys. Welcome to the stream. I do have 2 cats that do entertain at times on stream. So right now, Kimbap over here is sleeping. But sometimes I bug him because he bugs me all the time. So it's like the least I can get from this dude. And then the other one, Nala, she has not graced us with her presence so far. Happy Halloween. Oh, hey, what's up, Primal? Happy Halloween to Primal as well. Thanks for being here. Yes, it is our 85th day as a live streamer across YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So that's the other quick little intro I'll give to myself. I started live streaming about 3 months ago, and I am streaming across all 3 platforms. And it was partially just because, like, why not? Let's see if I'm able to. And so far, it's been really, really fun. So I appreciate all you guys being here. It's a cool feeling. So thank you. Hey, Daytor is here. Yes, our solo German, although maybe there's some other Germans now in the chat. But Guten Abend to you, Daytor. I need to learn more German, though. Oh, yeah, we were looking up what is an OM system. Oh, that's the Olympus. Gotcha. OM system Olympus. Oh, my God, it's in German, too. What the hell? Or is this German? It's not in English. Halte das Ungesamte Fest. So we're gonna guess that somehow I stumbled upon. Oh no, is DE for Denmark? All right, it doesn't matter. But I got you. So this is Olympus. I've never shot with Olympus, but the Olympus cameras look so cool. I feel like Fujifilm and Olympus. When I see some of those cameras out there, I'm like, yo, it's got such a vintage vibe to it. Like, look at this guy. The Olympus pen. That looks sick. That looks super sick. I would like this on my bookshelf or something. As well as the Leica. I guess I do like the Leica cameras as well in terms of the look and feel. Low base, you said, so I need to find something else to do. Dude literally just walked into my office. Thankfully, I did not have any images open. Yeah, you be careful with that. Used to be Olympus. I see. So they switched it. Oh, formerly Olympus, and now it's something else. Nicholas, again, you can't call yourself a landscape photographer. Even your calendar is edited in portrait orientation. Yo, I understand that feeling, Nicholas. I switched over to vertical a lot, so... Oh, Nicholas says, I unfortunately have to raid and run. No worries. Thank you very much. I appreciate the raid. And thank you to Nicholas's viewers for being here. Feel free to hop off anytime, but I appreciate the presence here. I'm still new to Twitch. I need to make my little subscriber badges for 2 months and 3 months and so on. So that's on my list of to-dos, but thank you guys for being here. Somehow, I'm proud of you. 85 days and already has a subscribe button. Thank you, Honyasu. Yeah, is that... Well, listen, we have to always move on up, right? So I'm going to be surprised. I don't know how long it'll take. I don't give up, all right? But I'm curious, like, how long will it take before we can hit, like, a consistent 50 views on Twitch every stream, right? That will be quite an interesting milestone for sure. Or even on YouTube, right? Kick, listen, all hope is lost on Kick. But thank you to the one person on Kick watching me right now. I very much appreciate you, whoever you are. Came with Nicholas. Gotcha. Oh, nice, Dator. Thank you. DE is Germany. DK is Denmark. Why? Why would that be? Oh, Deutsch. Am I pronouncing it right? Deutsch? I'm assuming it's not the other way. That's like a slur. Deutsch is German. Okay. Silver Grains. Hello, Silver Grains. I think I've seen you in the chat before. Yes, I recognize your name. One of my viewers shoots film with the Pen F. Is that the one I was looking at? This is the Pen... or it just says Pen. Camera Pen F? Pen F. The Pen F. Ooh, that looks really very vintage for sure. We have a lot to learn here. Low base. Then I get confused by country codes and language codes because some of them are the same and some are different. 50 viewers or views? Viewers. If we get 50 viewers, is the term concurrently? That would be crazy. And not from like a raid, but like just naturally. If you had like averaging 50 viewers per stream, then I'd be absolutely willing to do a giveaway. Not of the big boy. So this guy stays with me. So we're saying this is my bazooka. So this is what I use to shoot like for most of my wildlife stuff. It's like the Z9 with the 400 2.8 lens. It's been my go-to for all the professional shots that I need to capture. Although, very recently, since I've gotten to test out the ZR, that is absolutely going to be my main camera going forward, especially since I've shifted more towards like filmmaking and cinematography. Okay, I wanted to look up Leica. And why is everything in German? Did I accidentally do something? I hope not. Leica MEV1. These cameras just look so cool. Although, if I had a criticism... When I look at this briefly, I always think this is Coca-Cola. So it's not a criticism of Leica, but I think Coca-Cola kind of stole this red and white brand. Am I the only one? Why do I think of Coca-Cola when I see that? Yo, Razor, thank you very much for the follow. I think, Razor, you might have come from Nicholas. So again, shout out to Nicholas Moeller Photography, German landscape photographer. Although Razor, I think, did say earlier that he shoots in vertical now, so how dare he. Thank you very much for the follow. Isn't EU become Oi in German? I don't know. Everyone in Europe, I don't understand you guys. C says Razor. What? C? Isn't that Spanish? Or what is happening? Is there so many similarities I didn't realize? Okay, so here. This is Leica versus Coca-Cola. And I can't be the only one that feels this way. Coca-Cola versus Leica brand. Whoops. I didn't mean to go to AI mode. This is how the Leica... in the same way Coca-Cola's... Okay. Maybe I'm the only one. I hope I'm not the only one to call Leica a Coca-Cola camera. Okay, so I'm not the only one. Anyways, I think these cameras look super slick. Wow. But here, oh my god, what is this? Is this a real camera? Or a lens? What the hell? This looks like you're shooting with a sundial. Wow. Okay, anyways, this is turning into me being irresponsible, wanting to spend money now. So let's exit out of those things and then get back to what we were doing. So I gave my quick intro. So right now, like I mentioned, I'm doing some video edits. And the point of these edits are I'm trying to test out Dehancer, which is a third-party plugin for all the video editing and photo editing softwares. And in specifically, I'm trying to see, can I use it for my color grading, my creative look and feel, adding a bit of that graininess, the halation, bloom effects that are like most commonly, I guess, attributed to like film photography or film cameras. So I'm just kind of going through a number of my footages to see the before and after. If I have like, okay, I've only color corrected these footages, and then can I use Dehancer for everything else? Can I do all of the color grading off of Dehancer's plugin? And so I'm stress testing it in that way to see like, okay, how do my footages look before and after with the different look and feel that we can achieve with Dehancer. And right now I'm super happy with it. We've ended up with some really nice hero shots, like the dude smoking here. I think looks really cool before and after. So now we have like some really cool colors to it. So while the word is used often, I do feel like I'm achieving cinema quality look and feel. And so all of these footages, they're from like places I've traveled to around the world in the past 1 to 2 years. So I'm kind of using them as test footages to see like in different environments, can I use this? Razor, you said if you look at Lotus Biscuits, not Biscuits. Is that even Lotus Biscoff Leica will become a cookie camera. If you look at Lotus Biscoff, I don't even know what those words mean. Lotus Biscoff. Oh, it's already like autofilled. Oh, it's another brand. Okay. With the red and white. Yeah, okay. Now I feel bad for Leica. Because now it's like, actually no, should I feel bad for Leica? Oh, I feel good for Lotus. If you're Lotus, you're like, ooh, the Leica brand is like upping the value of my brand. But does it work the other way? I don't know. Thanks for sharing that. I didn't realize there's more. So here's another footage here. Kavai, you said the panther is so gorgeous. Oh, that is, wait, a panther. Panther leopard. Black panther. Black leopard. Oh yeah, I think panther is another word for a leopard, if I'm not mistaken. Because I remember there's like a black leopard, and you can just call it a black panther. So I think leopard and panther are interchangeable, but I could be wrong. But I think you're right to say that. We're about to get to that leopard shot. So which one was this? So this is a cool experience in Vietnam when the train passes by. So the same thing, this is like a before and after. So here's what it looks like. Before. So we have the before, just doing the color correction only. And then here's the after. After we did some color correction, added some grain and halation and all the other stuff. So this one is like more standard, you know, it's like, this is very monotone in terms of the colors. So I don't feel like Dehancer, it was like harder for me to do something creative with this shot, but it's good to know. This one was interesting because, again, now we have like a shot where it's like almost like a split tone of like the blue tones here. So this is the original. Yeah, some blue at dusk and purple. And then you had some warm tones from the lights. So then here I just kind of like desaturated it a bit just for different styles. But I still liked how it looked. And then the leopard. So here we go. So here's the leopard shot. So here's the before. And then here's the moment when the eyes open up. So here's before and then here's after. And so, yeah, I went with a different kind of look and feel. So my thought process for this one was that I figured you're shooting a leopard inside of this tree. Like you can see by the obstructions and everything that it's kind of like hidden from view. So I figured I should actually go ahead and drop the exposure and make this a very dark footage just to kind of mimic, like, you know, it's shrouded, you know, not a lot of light can come through and all that kind of stuff. Give me 1 second. Someone's at the door, so I will be right back just for a minute. 1 second. Yo, Ayo, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hold on 1 second. I gotta go check on who's here. As my India adventure ends, I reflect on the incredible contrast this country offers, from the snow-capped mountains to lush, misty jungles. You cannot experience India fully in a single trip, let alone a few weeks. I plan to visit often to continue exploring the stories this place has to share. If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment, and subscribe for more adventures to come. And with that, thank you for joining me on this journey. Okay, I'm back. Let me just catch up. Oh yeah, thank you again, Ayo X Vero, if I pronounce it correctly. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. We're slowly building up on the Twitch side, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I think my connection issue has stopped for now. I used to have, like, for a couple weeks, I was having some really unstable connection there, so fingers crossed, or knock on wood, we're solving that. Kavai, you said the panther is gorgeous. The plural of footage is footage. Yeah, I learned that recently when I had to type something in. But did I say footages? Yeah. Because I was typing up an email, and then it was showing a typo when I wrote footages. And I was like, oh, interesting. And it says, just leave it as footage. So what a coincidence, because I literally learned that today. Oh, hey guys, welcome to my cat. She's decided to join us here. Hello, Nala. Hello. Okay, let's put her on the bed. Good girl. Yeah. All right. So she's using the bed. I even positioned my, I have a light source here that's normally kind of facing more towards the bookshelf, but I've shifted it slightly more so it looks like it's shining on the cat bed. So now Nala gets her own little bit of a, what do you call it? One of those, like, a hero light. So my process, what I'm thinking is I'm going to use one of my cameras and hook it up over here near the wall. And so then I'll create another cat camera, so similar to how we have it in the editing view. And that way we can have two cameras set up showing my cats, assuming that they're, you know, in position, as they say. You know, I got to train my cats better, you know. They got to make me some money is what they got to do. Good girl. Because look how adorable she looks right now. She's got her paws on the edge of this freaking bed here. And then right now I have a photo of her behind her. So she's got her own little portrait next to her. Good girl. All right, good girl. So yeah, now imagine if I get a camera here just to chill and see what she's doing. Wow, so adorable. Primal, you said sent a set of progress pictures of my jack-o'-lantern design. Oh, yo, let's check it out. Happy Halloween. So, good timing. So this is the before and after. So Kavai, here you go. This is the leopard. Although the panther is gorgeous. You said that at least the before and after. I don't think we can see what you're seeing. Uh-oh. Well, hopefully nothing's broken. Let me see. I think it should be fine, right? Oh, wait, no. Is it sometimes... let me just double check. I might have to refresh my display. Studio display. And let's restart capture. There we go. Okay. Can you guys see it now? I occasionally, and maybe I should just turn this off. I occasionally have this issue. You know, it's a user error, but for my MacBook, if I hover my mouse over one of the corners, it will log me out of my, you know, my screen. So it'll log me out, lock me out of the screen. And when I do that, it like disrupts all my OBS stuff. So I think that's might have been what happened. Panthera is actually one of the 2 lines of large cats containing tiger, leopards, jaguars lines. Hot corner? Yeah, the hot corner. So I think I set it up and I occasionally seem to hit it. Uh-oh. And I just shifted it accidentally. What am I doing? Can I undo this? There we go. Wow, I'm like an amateur here. Okay, so hopefully you guys should be able to see this now, the before and after of this leopard, aka panther. We're going to ask... Okay, let me just quickly ask ChatGPT. Hey, Amber, can you confirm for me, are leopards and panthers interchangeable in terms of describing one of these cats? What is the difference between saying something is a leopard versus a panther? Because my understanding is a black panther is the same thing as just saying a black leopard.
Yeah, I can definitely clear that up for you. So basically, the term panther is more of a general word. It can refer to big cats that have a black color variation. So when people say black panther, they're usually talking about a leopard or sometimes a jaguar that has melanism, which is basically that dark pigmentation. So all black leopards can be called black panthers, but not all panthers are leopards because sometimes they could be jaguars. And a regular leopard, of course, is just the spotted version that we're used to seeing. So it's really just about the color variation.
So wait, could you call a normal leopard, could you call that a yellow panther? Or a spotted panther?
Well, technically you could, but nobody really does. So a normal leopard with its usual spotted coat is just called a leopard. Calling it a yellow panther or a spotted panther would be a little unusual and might confuse.
Whatever. We can start calling it that. This is the spotted panther or the yellow panther. Yeah, we're learning on this stream. But yeah, I guess Razor, you mentioned the panthera is actually one of the 2 lines. So yeah, tiger. Huh. Oh, panthera. Okay, I've never seen that word really. But I think she was saying, ChatGPT was saying like panther is either a jaguar or a leopard. So these are photos from Primal. So shout out to Primal Nation in the chat, who is also a Twitch streamer. And Primal makes all kinds of really epic emotes and shows it on stream. So it sounds like Primal, you said this is one that you're making, I guess for Halloween. So let's see the progress. So this is where it started. Nice. Adding color. Interesting. And then here we go. Yo, pretty awesome, man. Remind me, Primal, do you like turn these into like GIFs? But yeah, this looks super cool, man. Are you going to be finished by end of Halloween? That feels like the right timing for it, right? Epic stuff, man. Okay, so in the meantime, this is the spotted jaguar, we shall say. Before and after. So again, shout out to Dehancer. Dehancer gave me this entire look and feel. Then this is the one we're working on next. And I was kind of joking, but honestly, this one, this is the before right here. There's like, it's actually pretty good. Like this shot is good on its own, I will say. Oh, there goes Nala. So she kind of liked it, but she went away. So for example, oh wait, no, we learned there's a shortcut. What is it? Is it a Shift D? Okay, there we go. So this is the before and after. And honestly, without doing any color grading, I think this looks quite nice. So this is one of those rare moments where I feel like adding any dehancer or color grading effects could end up, it's just a stylistic choice, but in many ways might just make it worse. But yeah, might as well keep trying. So I was kind of saying here though, in terms of like what I prefer, I think I still prefer a bit more of a warm tone to everything. So, although this one looks nice too. So here's before, here's after. So I have like kind of two choices in terms of the color direction, I feel like, on this shot. Either I go with a bit more like a desaturated look, or one that just kind of drops a bit of the warm temperature across everything. Or I go with the shot that like maintains that warm look. Kind of like the original shot itself. And I'm a bit torn, so we'll keep checking out. Because like this kind of like desaturated look, it does look very cinematic for what it's worth. But the original shot looks nice as well, so. But I think the main thing I should focus on is like which one of these make sure that as long as the eyes are accentuated or we don't lose the... Yeah, I want the focus on the eyes, of course. But I'm also trying to see if I can find a creative shot. So this one I like the fade. So I do like that it's got a bit more of a faded look to it. Just off the bat. This one I like that the colors stand out on her whatever clothing. And it's a bit more of a creative look. So I think I'm leaning towards that one. The one we just saw on Konica. Okay. This one's kind of interesting because it almost has like a bit of like a glow, like a soft misty glow to it, which kind of has a nice creative feel, which we can play with, I guess. But man, I should probably take this song out of my playlist. I do not condone this, or this is not representative of what I'm looking for. This one's kind of nice as well. Alright, but I think we have our winner. Oh man, these are all really good. Okay, this is probably the most creative looking. There's a bit of like a, maybe like a tealish color to it that I don't like on the skin, in terms of the skin tone. It feels like slightly too, maybe like greenish, which we can hopefully take care of. All right, let's go with this one. So if we go with this one, let's move on to the next. Oh yeah, first let's see what we can change here in terms of what we change. Okay, so we will shift it slightly to the left because I think it takes care of a little bit of like the skin tone issue that I was looking at. So something like this. All right, let's move on. The Razor, you're asking, is it for a documentary? No, this is going to be for nothing as exciting as that. I'm just making a product review video. So Dehancer reached out to me to see if I wanted to test out their product. And as part of that, they wanted me to do like an honest review, which is nice of them. There's literally no stipulation, nothing that I need to say. It was just like, we just want your honest opinions. And in return, you can access Dehancer for a short period of time. I don't know if I have permanent access to Dehancer, but at the very least, I'm using it now. Oh, they did provide me with a promo code. Can I just type in Dehancer? Let me see. Do I have this set up? Perfect, yes. So if you end up wanting to use Dehancer, if you're watching the stream and you're like, oh, actually, I really like the quality of this XYZ, well, if you use promo code YOBELPRIZE on Dehancer's website, you will get 10% off. Just saying. If you'd like to support me in other ways, this is one of those ways. So, yeah. But yeah, it's not as cool as a documentary. I did use it on my documentary, though, I will say. So very, very quickly, let me go to my Dropbox. Let's bring this over here. Okay, so this is my documentary. I'm not going to play it all, but just to show you, I think I used it right in the beginning. This one, I don't remember if I used Dehancer on this particular footage. Oh, also, one second. This one I think is the wrong version. Because you don't hear the narration. Must be this one.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm. You are.
So I think this part was maybe not with Dehancer. Oh, here was. So these shots were with Dehancer.
On this island, we practice balance so the world can keep its footing.
All of the next footages were using Dehancer.
Everything here is a lesson in balance.
Mainly for like that bloom, glowy effect.
My name is Dr.
And then there's a key section here. Not this one. So then here. So all of this was using Dehancer. It's a bit dark because just the way it got exported, but yeah.
About 95, maybe 96% of it is cordoned off to give them their own space. And that space from the beginning was forested, but of course the forest has grown richer. Typically, the chimps spend the entire day in the forest.
So all of that was using like there's like some visual effects that is built into Dehancer. So if you want this kind of like film look where it looks like you're actually looking through a projector or whatever the technology is, you can do that in vertical as well as landscape. So that was really cool. And then I used it for my product review video as well, but yeah. Let me see. Yeah. Anyways, that's what we used it for. Let's put the music back on. Okay. We're back. Oh, but the one thing I will add, let me exit this folder. So for the Razor, while this is not for a documentary, I don't know what I'll use this for. Like, so some of these clips that you're looking at, these are from my travels around the world. So these footages will be part of bigger projects that I want to share on YouTube at the very least. So I mentioned, as I'm focusing on YouTube, I'm learning how to do like better like cinematography and like filmmaking concepts. I'm using my travels as the story basis. So trying to do like travel vlogs, things like that. And so even this footage was from one of my trips where I went to Vietnam. So I would want to try to figure out how can I put all of these cinematic shots that I captured from my trip, tell a story, and then share it to YouTube. So it's not like a documentary, but it's like my travel vlogs and diaries. So that's like the challenge that we'll have when I get to this footage later on, is like, how do I tell a nice story here that's a bit compelling and keeps with the cinema professional value, like the color grading style. Okay, so we've gone ahead and chosen a film stock profile. Let's move on to the next step, the film developer. Generally speaking, I don't play with this too much. It's like playing with the contrast. The question becomes, do I really want this to be super punchy, or do I draw it back for a faded look? So let's go with that. I think I don't mind it being a bit on the dark side. And then for the color boost, I think I don't. Yeah, I think I just leave it as is. All right, next step, let's go to the film compression. Sometimes I don't look at the scale, or I don't look at the slider, and I'm just visually looking and seeing what do I like, so that I don't feel as biased with whatever choice I end up sticking with. Okay, tonal range. Yeah, usually I like increasing the tonal range. It seems like oftentimes I like it to the max. So here, I slid it all the way to the 100 mark, and generally speaking, I like when that whatever it looks like with that maximum tonal range is I'm a big fan of. Same with the color density. Although for this one, I'm not sure if I want the color density all the way. Let me think. Because with the color density all the way, it's making all the colors on this shot like blend in together in terms of her skin tone and what's behind her. Whereas if I drop it, while they still kind of match, her skin tone is slightly more luminous, or it's more illuminated, I guess. I'm not sure. So maybe we'll just right around here. Okay. All right, next step, we'll go to this expand feature, where we'll play with the black and white points. So again, generally speaking, I like leaning towards darker. However, obviously we don't want it to be pitch black. And in some ways, I kind of want it to have a bit of a faded look to it. So I'm okay lifting it up a bit if I can add some color into the dark areas. Somewhere here, the white point. It just looks so much cooler to me when it's brought down. So let's go with that. Okay, now let's choose our print profile. So this is the Kodak 2383 versus the Fujifilm 3513. I feel this Fuji 3513 looks better. This one's dark. Either way, I can always lift the black point as we come back to it. Wait, do I agree with that? This one just has a bit more of a creative look to it because it keeps a bit more of that bluish, tealish tone into the shot. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with this one. And then we just might need to readjust a bit. And it's always the question of, do I prefer warm or cool? And I've been noticing I kind of prefer cooler tones of late when it comes to the color grading. I don't know why, but it seems like the cooler tones feel a bit more punchy, or like it feels a bit more interesting, I guess. So right now I like it here. Exposure, no, let's not change that. Color density. Yeah, same thing. I generally like increasing the density more than removing it. So I think we'll keep with that. Okay. Then for the color head, do we want to change anything? Negative 2.7. I kind of like this. Let's switch it back and see what... No, I think the skin tone's better on this one. Okay. I think what I like about this one is ideally trying to maintain a bit of the warm tone of her like skin, definitely her eyes, because she has like very prominent, distinct, like would you call it amber colored or like whatever, like brownish eyes. So keeping with like a bit of the warm tones here, a bit of the warm tones in the statues in the foreground and also in the background, and then making the contrast where it stands out what she's wearing, keeping that more in like this kind of teal vibe and the cool tones. So then we get this nice contrast where it goes from warm to cool to warm, back, you know, back and forth. All right, this looks great, in my opinion. In my non-expert opinion, I think that's good. And then always with the grain and halation effects and stuff. And like I said, I'm not always a fan of the grain effect. This one we'll see. Especially because like I kind of want the sharpness of her eye. So I feel like it might be better without. But it's also a low light shot. And sometimes I feel the grain looks good on the low lights. But let's just keep it like this. But I did apply the halation effect and the bloom. And then let's go and copy this over to the other shots. Okay, so we got all four. Did I stabilize these already? Let's go ahead and stabilize. Okay, next shot. Man, I'm really happy we stuck with it with this one. Because, yeah, the way I started with this conversation on at least editing this particular shot, in my opinion, I was like, you know what? The before shot already looks kind of nice to me. Like, I almost liked it as is. So it's like, oh, do we really want to try doing extra color grading on top? But now that we have, if I were to see like a before and after here, I think honestly this looks really good. I'm a big fan. So here's the before, and then here's after. Before, after. I like this a lot. Yo. Okay, and then do we want to slow them down or just let them play out? Let's see. Okay, I think it's already slowed down. So let's go ahead and play these out and see which one of these 4 shots work best. Right now, I think this one looks the best color-wise, at least for that whole segment there. Let's look at option 2. They should, generally speaking, look exactly the same, right? Because it's all clips from the same moment. There's some more interesting motion there, just like from my physical motion, that could be nice. This one's interesting because of the smoke that comes through, right? And then option 4. Just a bit of smoke coming in the beginning, and then it clears up by this point. Okay, I'm leaning towards, man, actually I don't have a good answer. It doesn't matter. We got 4 excellent shots to pull from. I think I liked option 2 for the extra motion involved, like not necessarily from this beginning point, but if I were to cut from like somewhere around here and then just showing this like, yeah, from right here when the eye's sharp and just like this awkward motion as we shift over, and then as she looks over maybe for a second. This one's nice because there's a lot of smoke coming through. So who knows? Who knows? Who cares? Who asked? All right, those are all good. Let's keep going. All right. What do we want to edit next? So we got this shot. We got slightly after sunset, or right around sunset. This one, most of the shot is unnecessary. It was really just for that one frame here, where I thought the lighting and the colors look really good. So like even to generate a LUT or whatever, this could be a nice one. This one, I like the shot just because it was like a bit more, how to say, it's just like an interesting shot to me. Not much going on besides just me walking towards this temple. But we can maybe focus in on like a close-up, see how Dehancer works on these things. So I'm leaning towards maybe testing this shot next. We got some close-ups. Oh, we got our kitty cat. This could be interesting because it's like such a low light shot. Then we have these like super bright shots. This one will be interesting. This one should be fun as well. Yeah, so we have a few of those. A lot of colors. Some horse shots. Should we do horse next? We did a wildlife, we did a people. All right, let's do a wildlife, or not wildlife. Let's do a horse shot. Why not? Oh, I technically need to do the shots that I took from like Japan. I have a bunch of yeah, so we technically have a lot more that we can edit, but at some point I do need to finish this. So we technically have enough to work off of. Although okay, let's just work through this first. I had some thoughts pop up in my head. Actually, let's go through them. Let me see if I can find. There's a project. What was it? It's for me my live stream. Where would I have put that though? My brand? For website. Maybe it's for this one. Kevin, you said, man, my workload is so out of control. What do you mean? Like you're trying to do too many things at once? Because welcome to the club. I absolutely know that feeling. Okay, so we have all these footages. However, they're not the raw shots. Not for all of them. Do I want to retread ground and use some of these clips? Zimbabwe reaching elephant. It's on the G raid. Oh, I should have this. G raid. So this is the behind the scenes, just as an FYI. If you ever watch my live stream, or if you tune in the first usually like roughly 10 minutes of my live stream, because usually once I hit the go live, I run around, feed my cats. I just take care of a few things before I actually sit down and get ready. You'll see that I have a looping video. I think it's about 3 minutes long. And it's essentially a montage of my travels from the past couple of years. So this is the behind the scenes of how I made that video, essentially. So you can see here, I used whatever soundtracks. Some of these, I think I replaced them, so it's kind of in red. So I have to go find them again in the folders. But this is just a montage of a number of footages I captured around the world. So technically, I can use some of these, or I should keep that in mind, because I had spent the time to think that these are some of the primary shots, or the best shots, let's say. So I just need to drag these guys over somehow. Muchacho! Okay, so some of the shots are missing though. I mean, okay, to be fair, I have enough footages already, but I'm just looking out to see like, oh, there's some that I absolutely should consider adding into our list. This one could be nice, right? It's like a really nice cultural shot. This could be fun to test with actually both of these. That one as well. Do I have that already? Okay, maybe I need to double check. Christ. We have some good shots here. Do 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 do. Okay, so what should I do here? Kevin, you said overcapacity with projects. This bad though, everyone suffers, the client, me, the photographer. Yeah, fair enough. I understand that feeling. It's like sometimes the smartest business choice is to do less, not more. Because then, yeah, everything, like you said, everything, the quality drops. And so then everyone suffers, yeah. Okay. Okay, I have an answer. I have an answer. Let's back out of this. Let's go back to the project we're working on. And then let me just find the actual YouTube video. This would be what? My montage? Travel. Here we go. So let me drag this in. All right, here we go. So I'll just use this as reference to see what other footages I should add in. And you know what? I do need to be a bit wiser about this. Because the problem is, like, while it is fun for me to, like, see if I can pick every one of these clips and recolor grade them in Dehancer, there's a voice in the back of my head that's saying, yo, you're doing way too much here. Especially if this is something I want to hand off to a potential YouTube editor to test. I need to do that sooner rather than later. So I already technically have enough clips here to work off of. I don't mind adding a few more just for variety, especially if I miss some of the more signature shots that I've taken. but I probably shouldn't overdo it. And then once I color grade all of those key moments, I can export it, give it to an editor, and then say like, hey, play with this, try to figure out how to add this into like as part of the intro. But doing every single one, that's probably too much. Okay, so anyways, sorry, I'm just talking out loud as I look through some of these clips that I have. So even this horse shot maybe just that part there. Okay, let's keep going. So we need to bring this over. Probably only going to use one of these shots. Let's drag it over. Okay, and then let's see. This is shot at 120 frames per second, both of them. So let's just slow down both clips to 20% speed. And let's see what's usable, or what's the key moment. It could be that. So just like a horse galloping centered shot. So somewhere up to there maybe. That's option 1. Maybe a shot like this, just because I do like the action here. As it speeds through there. Just not the cleanest though, so... Here we get a nice close-up, so I'm leaning towards maybe one of these shots, actually. Just about that. Okay. Okay, I think maybe one of these two shots can work. Let's try. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's full screen this guy. There we go. Okay, so let's do just the basic color corrections here. I think mainly just dropping the exposure. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's say this is good enough. Now let's work in Dehancer. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. So this Fuji Color 100, I keep going to this one. So this one I for sure seem to like as one of my favorites. What's up, L? The time is 5:30 p.m. The sun has already set. Yo. That's part of living in what? Scandinavia? Welcome, L. I was mentioning you earlier we were doing camera talk. So there's someone who hopped into the chat who uses an OM system. So I was learning about the Olympus pen something, I don't know. Yes, Scandinavia. Or is it Nordic? I don't know. I don't know what you guys call yourselves or what region you're part of. I just as an FYI, we've gone through a number of our footages, so I have finished some really cool edits. So these are all shot with Dehancer. So basically I'm trying to do all my color grading and the look and feel using Dehancer. So this is one of them. Here's the before and after. So here's with Dehancer. Here's before and after. Same thing. All from the same shot, basically. We got through the not Jaguar, the leopard shot, before and after with Dehancer. Before and after. Before, after. Before, after. Anyways, so we made some progress, but now I'm like trying to work on more footages and I realize there's a bunch that I'm missing. And like I'm thinking this horse shot is just not cool enough. Although it could be used by an editor, maybe do like a wide angle and then punch into the close-up. So maybe we'll try our best to have similar color grading on both of these guys. Whoops. It's Scandinavia. Fill me in. OM is so cool. It's Scandinavia, not Scandinavia. Who can tell the difference? No, the pen system kind of very much so failed. Did it? Listen, I don't know. I don't know any of this. Let me just quickly see what they said. It was the Pen F. So Silver Grains in the chat said, one of my viewers shoots film with the Pen F. Pen-F. And then someone else... Who was the other else? I think it was Nicholas. Nicholas Moller Fotografia says used to be Olympus. Okay, so yeah, I think Nicholas mentioned he uses the OM system cameras, but I'm not sure what exactly. So shout out to Nicholas. He gave us a really awesome raid earlier. So we're getting some Germans in the chat from that. But I don't know much about any of them, right? So all I know is that pen camera looked really cool. It looked super vintage and awesome. How do you pronounce the letter A? Scandinavia. I don't know. I think Scandinavia sounds cooler, more hip. All the hip people are saying it like that. Scandinavia. Okay, I just want to quickly go through these two horse photos. I'm not feeling the horse shots because I know there's so many other shots that I have that are going to be much more interesting to edit. But I think this one could be nice for a montage because then you can punch in. So you have like this wide angle shot of the horse running and then punch into the close-up. So let's finish it. This one looks... Oh yeah, Fujicolor 100. This one seems to be my go-to. I seem to like this Fujicolor 100 film stock profile quite often. So let's add some slight bit of contrast. Just a bit of color boost. Film compression. L says pen film is good, pen digital is bad. Okay. Scandinavia is top tier rage baiting. Nice. So we have found something that bothers you Scandinavians, yeah? I feel like the reputation, right? I don't see many angry Scandinavians, you know? It's like in San Francisco, what do people say? Or like the go-to thing everyone always jokes about is like when some people call, like if you're from San Francisco, but then they'll say San Fran, or if you say you're from Frisco, I think those are two of those things where like some people are the elitist, right? But they'll be like, oh, never say that. Never say you're from San Fran. Low bass, that's an epic emote combo. Halloween time. You're just subtle about it? I guess, actually, no, I take it back. I think it's the Canadians, right? Canadians are the ones that have the reputation of being super polite all the time. Yeah, this tonal range feature is probably my favorite of these film emulation adjustment stuff. The tonal range and the color density stuff. Ooh, I think I mentioned before, but I had a good chat with the folks at Musicbed.
Passive aggressive.
What is that even, the TTS voice? I have no idea. Passive aggressive. Aggressively passive. Yeah, so I had a good chat with the not Dehancer, the Musicbed people. And so I think it's in the works now. So I think give it maybe a day or two, and I should officially be a part of I think they call it the Friends of the Program, Friends of the something. Basically, I'll be partnering with Musicbed going forward. So I'm super excited. I'm very, very excited. We're not listening to Musicbed music right now because I ran out of licenses. So I'm waiting for the trial subscription to be converted. Then I should be able to download as many songs and start playing it on my streams. And I think I've figured out how to get around the whole copyright issue. It's not the cleanest solution, but it's an okay solution. And they have some things in the roadmap to make it better going forward. So yeah, keep an eye out for that, or an ear out technically for that. I am super excited. I've in the few days that I've been playing with Musicbed, it's already outperformed. At the very least, it's outperformed Artlist.io and Epidemic Sound when it comes to like the sound platforms. And I think it rivals in many ways with lens distortions for like the cinematic music. I found so many really, really good choices on Musicbed for the cinematic stuff. Now, the one thing I wish they could do, which lens distortion does really well, is being able to break apart the music into the stems. So that would be really cool if they can get to that level. L thing, you said, I did my first Astro stack earlier. Yo, tell us how that went. Even though it's only 8 pictures, want to say, yeah, please, if you don't mind sharing, would love to see. Because I think astrophotography is one of those very fascinating ones, but it's also technically, or at least to me, it seems one of the more technically challenging when it comes to, obviously, the stars are moving. And I know some people, when they get super into it, you have to use some kind of tracking system so that it'll constantly adjust your camera positioning to follow the stars as it crosses the sky. Shooting like the foreground versus like everything else, making sure you have the right focus level. And I don't know, everything about it is, I've done a few times, and there was a world where I would have wanted to keep doing it if I was going to stick with like landscape photography, let's say. But then I think I just ended up enjoying the thrill of wildlife photography. Because like generally speaking, you're like in motion, right? You're either in a Jeep or you're walking or you're on a boat, and you're like chasing or following a moving subject in that sense. And I think I just like that level of like capturing while in motion, something in motion. Okay, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, we're trying to figure out. Okay, so this is the 2383 print film. I like this. And here's the 3513 print film. It's a bit more neutral, I guess. This one's a bit warmer. And then the glossy. Ooh, let's go with glossy. So this is the Kodak Endura glossy paper. I'll just lift the exposure slightly. Dropped it in the server. Okay, let's check it out in a second. Low Bay says, Astro Stack was my other stripper name in college. I think it could work. I think there's something there, Low Base. It's more of a know-how because it's simple if you have the know-how. Gotcha. Yeah, it's like once you understand it, it's like with everything, I guess, to be fair. Once you understand it, it's not that technically difficult, or yeah. Once you get past that certain point, it's all easy. Razor, you said wildlife sports gear is the coolest. Oh yeah. The most expensive, is it the most expensive? I don't know. Underwater photography probably is the most expensive. But yeah, carrying around this big bazooka and you're shooting and stuff, there's something really fun about it. It's also a workout. Oh, we're gonna check out L's photo, but let me also quickly just ask a question to ChatGPT in line with Low Base's comment. Someone in my chat mentioned that Astro Stack was his other stripper name in college. Help me understand how that could work. How would the term Astro Stack make sense as a stripper name?
Well, I mean, if someone's getting a little creative, you can kind of imagine it. Astro Stack sounds like a mix of something spacey and a little bit playful. Maybe they're thinking of it as a name that's out of this world or just kind of a fun persona. So yeah, it's a pretty funny, quirky little nickname to throw around.
Okay, so the Astro I get. What about the stack? Like what kind of connotation does stack provide for a stripper?
Yeah, so I guess if we break it down, the Astro part gives you that kind of space vibe. And stack, well, that can make you think of a stack of money, or maybe just something that's like stacked up and impressive. So it's kind of a playful way of hinting at someone who's, you know, out of this world and bringing in the stacks, so to speak. It's just a fun little combo of words.
Okay, that actually works really well. Good job, Low Base. I didn't put two and two together. Your stripper name being Astro Stack because you were just racking up or stacking up the bills up to the stars. That's how successful of a stripper you were. I like it a lot. Bravo, bravo. I didn't connect the dots there. Ask her what stacked is slang for. Okay, I think we've pushed her enough. She found a fine line of not saying anything too PG, whatever, 18 plus. Okay, so L, epic, nice. So what did you shoot this with? And what is that? What is that dot? What does this represent here? This is like one of those. I know this is the Milky Way, right? I don't know my stars, so. I'm assuming this is like, it must be like what, a planet or maybe it's a Starlink. I think it's a galaxy. Yeah, I was like, oh, maybe it's a galaxy. And then you got a galaxy within a galaxy. Yeah, really cool, man. Oh, man. Looking at these kind of shots, I will say top 5 most, excuse me, top 5 most memorable moments in my life, I guess, really. But maybe that's too far. But as far as like travel moments and memories I've been able to witness or experience, it's got to be a trip I took to Oman, and I did a road trip with a friend. And for one of the nights, we drove into the desert, kind of foolishly, because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know you had to flatten the tires, or you had to deflate the tires to go on the sand. So we got stuck, and someone helped us out. But essentially, we slept overnight in the desert in Oman, and I will never forget. I took some photos as well, but I didn't know what I was doing. But anyways, when you turn off the car and you're just like surrounded in just dunes, like pure sand dunes, clean, like not with brushes and stuff, just like really epic sand dunes, and you just look up, but you're not even like looking up, it just looks like there's stars in every direction around you, and they're like so clean, so visible. There's no noise pollution, no light pollution, whatever. That was like such a crazy, surreal experience. And it's one of those that I guess for most people, you're not able to ever get that moment because we're surrounded by civilization. So it's like, when can you get the opportunity to be out in a freaking desert to then get like a free 180 degrees or whatever degrees of like, you know, from the horizon all the way in every direction, no obstruction, no trees, just sand dunes and then like stars. It was like such a crazy crazy experience, and you definitely feel like an infinitely tiny ant in, you know, the cosmosphere or whatever. So yeah, stars for sure have to be at the top of the list of like, that's why I think people who get into astrophotography and stuff, like, man, you're hitting a level of the brain for anyone that looks at these star images, which is like absolutely ethereal, or just very much like connects you at a more spiritual level, I would say. Anyways, Ellie said, for me, it's something for museums and conservation, like museums using razor sharp lenses on the Phase 1. Oh yeah, Phase 1 and Hasselblad. I've heard of Hasselblad. I didn't know much about it, and then I learned about the Phase 1 earlier. I think it's Galaxy, but my 90D and the 18 to 35 millimeter 1.8. Okay, nice. I found a site, says Low Base, that auto censors images using AI, but it only accepts up to 4 MB images. Auto censors images. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by auto censors? Razor says go on a ship. Oh man, that would also be crazy. I thought you meant a spaceship for a second. That would also be crazy. But yeah, I guess if you're on like a big ass boat in the ocean, that would be probably the most terrifying too, if you're like in the waves and all that. But I'm assuming when you're on a ship though, there's gonna be a lot of lights on the ship. I'm assuming they don't ever like go pitch black or pitch dark. I'm assuming the ship always has to have lights on. Whereas like being out in the desert, it's like once you shut off the car, literally you don't see anything. It's just stars and black. That's it. Isn't 4MB, isn't that basically censored already? Verily. I mean, you can upload a not safe for work image. You'll find all the good stuff. Oh, censor. Oh, censor like with a C. Like auto censoring an image. Okay. I think there's just a typo. So you're censoring the NSFW images, is what you're saying. You'll find all the good stuff blurred out. Interesting. If they can do it live, I'm assuming a lot of live streamers would appreciate that feature. Or that should be something Twitch buys out or whatever, Amazon. Okay, let's proceed. I need to lift the blacks a bit on this one. Let's increase that color density. I really like color density. Not maxed out always, but generally speaking, it looks nice. What about the colors? What can we change here to make it a bit poppy-er? I'm just gonna go wacky with it just to see what happens. Okay. Let's redo all those. No, I think let's just keep with what it is already. Okay, this is probably good. Shadows. Low base, you said that's why I put the correction. Oh, sorry, I missed that message. Gotcha. That's not how it works. You upload an image, it blurs it out, then you re-download it. No, I got you. I was saying that'd be interesting if there's some kind of technology that would, in like a live broadcast. I'm assuming that must exist already, or does it? I don't know. But during like a live broadcast, if it just recognizes it and just like automatically blurs it on the spot. L, you said, I'm back. Cat just ran out in the middle of trick and treaters and got panicked. Oh man, that's my biggest fear, is that my cat somehow, well, I guess I'm in an apartment, so it's not really like escaping out into the wild that way. But if I leave my balcony door open, I'm always nervous that they're going to somehow hop over, even though it's pretty tall, but like they hop over the railing or whatever. At sea, you barely have lights running on a ship. Nav lights, yes, but you won't see them from the ship itself. You want to have the ship as dark as reasonably possible, since you want to gain night vision from the bridge. Oh, okay, okay. Man, Razor, it sounds like you have a lot of experience on boats. That would be really fun to do, like a film from a ship at sea. Although that's almost like one of my nightmares, I feel. I don't know if I would do well in the water for too long. Like crossing the Atlantic Ocean or something like that. I don't know. That's almost more terrifying than being on a spaceship. I don't know. You caught him 4 houses down? Well, congrats. It's good to know your cat is it's got some legs on him. Who's on the boat? Who's my brother? Oh yeah, Elle, you're always on boats as well, right? You have been at sea for 1 year? What do you mean? Wait, are you at sea right now? Yo, I'm always fascinated by it. There's so many people out there living such interesting lives. You've been at sea for 1 year. What are you doing? What does one do for 1 year? I'm assuming you're fishing. Ooh, let's do this. Okay, so now we've added some blue back into the sky here. Okay, that's good. Wow, one change like that makes a big difference. All right, final steps. Let's turn on the halation blooms. All right. So before and after. That's pretty drastic. Mainly just because the exposures and stuff, but... Okay, and then let's carry it across to this shot. Oh, well, I shouldn't do that. I should copy this one into that. There we go. All right, let's play both. Let me stabilize it first. All right, let's play them both. No, you studied to go to sea, but changed occupation and went back to university. But I'm still curious. When you say you studied to go to sea, what were you studying? What does one study on a boat for a year? That's fascinating. All right, let's check this out. So here we go. We got a nice shot of the horse in stride. So potentially there could be a quick moment from this and then it punches into this shot. So we get like a close-up version alongside the wide angle. Okay, it's not bad together. Although for this shot, maybe I want to make it a bit punchier in terms of the black points. Yeah, so we'll make it a little bit darker. Okay. Otherwise, looks good. Not bad. Moving on. I feel like this shot is not the most exciting, so I'm leaning towards just removing this entirely. All right, let's do these Vietnamese shots. Since I should be able to hopefully just copy and paste, possibly. So we'll do a little bit of bulk work. Razor, you said you were studying navigation. The 1 year is mandatory to become an officer. Wow. Navigation. So if you're studying navigation, is that... Because I don't know the first thing about, like... I don't even know. What do you call it? Naval terms? Would that be the right? No, that can't be it. Nautical terms? I don't know. I don't know my nautics. Okay, Razor. But if you're studying navigation, how important is that role for the nautical crew? Like, is that like you have a captain? And what is that captain's role? Like, what job do they do besides just kind of overseeing? And then underneath the captain, is captain the top? I don't know. So let's say the captain's the top, like the commander of the ship or whatever. Underneath the captain, is there a navigator? And then like I don't even know what are the other roles that you would have. But is that how it works? Or is the captain the navigator? Man, I'm so curious. These are questions for ChatGPT as well, though, to be fair. It's like if you say, hey, I'm studying navigation, is that like, oh, you're studying to do like this crucial aspect of because like when I hear navigate, I'm thinking like a pilot for a plane, right? So then would a pilot be the same thing essentially, where it's like, oh, I'm the navigator of this plane? Or is the navigator like the co-pilot? Or if there was a role where it's like, oh, I'm the one that maps out, or like I'm charting out the right, plotting out the right, you know, way to navigate across from point A to point B. But then you actually have a pilot or whatever you call it for who actually steers the ship. What am I talking about? I don't know. Nautical, naval is usually referred to army. I like nautical though. But like I said, I don't know my nautics. All right, so let's just quickly drop the exposure on this one. I think that's good enough. Honestly, that's good enough. So let's hop over to Dehancer and let's repeat the process. This one's going to be an interesting one in terms of color grading because there's so much unnatural color already built into the shot, right? We got this lady covered in this very turquoise, I don't even know what you call this, fishnet. I like this one. Fuji Chrome CDU 2. Fuji Chrome CDU 2. Okay, so this one's the current contender. Fuji Chrome. This one's nice. Arrow color is not bad. Okay, I think that's the last one. All right, I think of all those, what was it? The Fuji Chrome. I think this is probably the winner. So we'll go with this one. Let me just ask a question though. Okay, Amber, I want you to educate me on nautical terms. So if someone is studying to be, if someone's studying navigation, how key of a role is the navigator in terms of like the hierarchy within a ship crew? Where does a navigator fit inside of that hierarchy structure?
Yeah, absolutely. So on a ship, the navigator is actually a pretty crucial role. They're the one responsible for plotting the course, making sure the ship is on track, and just generally navigating safely. In times of hierarchy, they usually report directly to the captain or the officer of the watch. So they're definitely an officer level position and kind of high up in that chain of command because everyone relies on them to know where they're going.
But if you're a navigator, I guess in the chain of command, what number are they?
Yeah, Yeah, so if you're talking chain of command, the navigator is usually somewhere pretty high up, but not the top. Typically, the captain is obviously number one. Then you have maybe the first officer or chief officer next. The navigator, also sometimes called the navigation officer or the officer of the watch, tends to be just below those senior officers. So maybe third or fourth in line in the hierarchy, but definitely one of the key officers on board.
I like that term, officer of the watch. Is that something that's only given out to navigators, or is that just like a role that people can play?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Officer of the Watch is actually more like a role that different officers can take on during their shifts. It's not just for navigators. Basically, whoever is in charge of the watch at a given time, so it could be a navigation officer, it could be another officer on board, they're the officer of the watch during that time. So, it's more of a rotating duty, and it's definitely not just a navigator only title.
Razor, you said you have 3 or more navigation officers who are in charge of driving the ship, safety, security, and cargo handling. You have 1 captain who is an additional Navy navigational navigation officer, but responsible for everything. You have a bunch of sailors who are on deck, which means they are working for the navigational officers. The officer of the watch is a navigational officer. Interesting. Wow, so fascinating. I knew of one person in my high school who moved to Alaska, and she worked there for over a year or 2, I think, or like she would work seasonally, like on the salmon ships, I think. Oh, actually, and there's someone else I kind of know who also, I think, works on ships or something. But it's like, it's such a fascinating, yeah, interesting. Now, if one were to be the best navigation officer, or if you study navigation, what are the ways that... I'm assuming technology's gotten so good that you can just kind of look at GPS, blah, blah, blah. But do the top navigation officers use the stars still as a way to plot their course?
Yeah, exactly. So technology has made it super easy with GPS and all that kind of stuff, but the best navigation officers still do learn how to use the stars as a backup. It's kind of like an old school skill that's still taught, just in case all the fancy technology fails. So yeah, they do know how to read the stars, even if they don't have to do it every day.
ChatGPT's answers is a bit mixed up. Well, listen, that's why you go to proper school for this, right? Kevin, you said, I used to love watching Deadliest Catch. I don't think I've ever actually watched it. I know of it, right? I know someone died, right? Or someone died on the show. Am I thinking the right thing? Or it was like something controversial? Okay, I'm struggling here because I think I like this look better. It's a bit more like deep, rich blue kind of a look and feel. And then comparing it to the Kodak 2383, which I'm torn between. In some ways, this maintains the original colors, which is meant to be more turquoise, let's say. So I'm basically between this one and this one. This one just feels more exciting, perhaps, just because the color of the blue here, or the turquoise. This one's kind of removed that excitingness, if that makes sense, but made it feel richer at the same time, because like, the colors are dark and dense. I think this is one I'm leaning towards, so we'll stick with this. Okay, same thing. Let's turn on all the effects. And then let's see. I think with the grain, I'm not sure. I feel like majority of the times I actually don't like having the grain in the shot. All right, so this is the current, so before and then after. Nice. So I think one thing I'm definitely realizing is, honestly, Dehancer is doing a lot more than I thought it would for me. I thought initially maybe it's like I use Dehancer mainly just to get that grainy look and feel or have some of the other film effects. But I am feeling like in terms of color grading, it's doing a lot of stuff where the final product ends up looking majority of the times where I'm like, oh, I don't need to change much. Like with all the shots that we've edited so far, sure, I would use some of my other nodes to maybe be a bit more isolated in terms of my edits, like masking certain things, or, you know, we have a bunch of other tools that we've got to play with. But Dehancer, like if I had to rely on just Dehancer to, you know, do my color grading, it feels like you could absolutely just use that. Like instead of having all these nodes that I have designed just to do like the more targeted color grading features or effects, you could technically just have one node replace all of that for the color grading, and you could survive. Like depends on your needs, I guess, but like technically say, oh yeah, you can do most of it here. So I am very, very super impressed by this tool. I wish I had seen it sooner. I wish I used it sooner. So yeah. Razor says, you are still required to learn that. In addition, this is theoretically your second means of navigation at sea. You might have two GPS, but if GPS is down, you literally only got stars left. In addition, you have to do compass correction by using astronomical navigation. That's very fascinating. I have a question for ChatGPT. If you are someone who, okay, two-part question. Question one is, how do you know if you are the type of person who will get seasick? And then two, if you are the type who gets seasick, are there any cures for it? Or in the sense of like, besides taking drugs, are you able to train your body out of being seasick or nauseous?
Yeah, those are great questions. So for the first part, figuring out if you're the type of person who gets seasick is usually something you only find out once you're actually out on the water. Some people just have that inner ear sensitivity and they'll feel queasy when the boat starts rocking, while others just don't. It's kind of one of those things you have to test in real life. Now, for the second part, if you do get seasick, there's definitely stuff you can do besides just taking medication. A lot of people do kind of get their sea legs over time. The more you're out on the water, the more your body can adapt, and you might find you get less nauseous. Also, things like staring at the horizon, keeping some fresh air flowing, and just gradually getting used to the motion can really help train your body to handle it better.
Learning so much. What? L, you said he just ran out again? What are you doing, L? If it's 2 times in a row, at this point, this is on you. He just ran out again, almost in front of a car. Ooh. Not going to answer more doors, so put up a no more candy sign. Oh, I see it. Wait, so you have one of those cats that when you open the door, it like immediately... Wait, is your cat like a... I'm assuming your cat is an outdoor cat then? My cats are all indoors. I mean, Dubai is not necessarily designed, you know, unless you're a street cat, right? But it's not really conducive for like outdoor cats. Although there's plenty of them. You're back again. He's safe. Gotcha. After years at sea, you can still become seasick even if you have never been before. Huh. Oh, you know what? What? Scurvy. Is scurvy the thing that you got, or some people got back in the day because they would just eat only fish? Or how do you get scurvy? Am I mixing things up? Seasick is motion sickness. Ginger, salt, full stomach of water, and food helps. I've only been seasick once because I forgot to eat for 12 hours. Really? Wait, Oh, for some reason, I was thinking like if you eat a lot, maybe that would actually make you more nauseous. So you're saying if you have an empty stomach, that would actually potentially make it worse? You said, I thought I'd close the door behind me. It's only tonight. Normally he just has fun inside. Gotcha. I'm just surprised you're able to catch your cat once it's outside. My cats would never, yeah, good luck. Lack of vitamins, I see. Scurvy is a lack of vitamin C. Okay. Let's bring that orange juice. Alright, so just to save time, I've copied the same Dehancer across all of these guys. But let's go ahead and just lift up the exposure a bit. Okay. All right, let's check out these shots. Let me stabilize. Dun, dun, dun. Don't be 100% full, but don't be empty either. He got zoomies tonight. Razor says our doc said the nutrition in McDonald's burgers is enough to prevent it. What? Oh, you can be a doctor for the ship as well. What do you call a ship's doctor? Is it just doc? Does anyone ever say yar? Our doc said the nutrition in McDonald's burgers is enough to prevent scurvy. Or, wait, to prevent scurvy? Or to, I'm assuming you mean to prevent being seasick? Alright, let me stabilize. I probably should have cut the clips first. I'm looking at the stabilization. Like, why is it taking so long? McDonald's cures scurvy is what I'm hearing. That should be a good branding for them. For the ships I'm sailing on, it's a second lieutenant on the bridge is the ship doctor too. Or the second mate. Wow, I like these terms. Ooh. Razor, are you trained on... Wait, L, are you also like... When you say you're on ships, L, are you saying you're on ships for like work stuff? Or you just happen to be like on a ferry back and forth, like for transportation? But either way, Razor, if you are studying to be a navigation officer, do you get trained on what to do with, like how to deal with pirates? So I don't know why my mind's going there. Do you have training around like if someone tries to board your ship, here are the things you're supposed to do? Okay, let's edit this one as well. Let me lift up the exposure on this one a bit more. Okay, and then let's stabilize. I would love to take that course. L, you said I work on the ferry. Wait, hold on. Razor said, yes, but you only got dock on cruise vessels. On a cargo ship, the navigational officers have some training in university. Ellie said, I'm on an RORO cargo passenger. I work on the ferry. Ah, okay, okay. Sounds like Navy, kind of. Razor, are you saying yeah, kind of, as in you kind of get trained on how to defend yourself against a boarding party? Yo. Yeah, I would love to take that course. They should offer that in university in general. Here are the steps to, you know, the warning signs. If you see, like, what are the different methods that pirates use to board your ship? Actually, it's probably a boring course, but you get trained on sailing around it. Oh, where in the world are you sailing? I was all over Europe and one journey to South America. Yo, damn. And Razor, are you from Germany? Hold on, is that landlocked? Is it? I'm assuming Razor, you're German because I think you came over from Nicholas's stream. But anyways, so if you're coming from Europe, you have to. How long of a trip is that to sail from Europe to South America? Like this, but you're not handed a gun. Ooh, do you defend yourself with spear guns? Man, I don't know why, but that sounds epic. Okay, so we got all 3 footages. Let's just play them through. Actually, let's slow them down. This is shot at 120, 120, and 120. Alright, let's see if this looks good. And again, before and after. Before, after. In all its slow motion glory. This is a really cool shot though, for sure. So this is from my first trip to Vietnam. So this is that trip that I spent 1 month. And so some of the ladies here were making the fish nets for the, I guess, the men going out fishing. Actually, no, I don't know if it's just men. Because I think I saw there's a lot of women out fishing as well. But I don't know. I don't know if it's like a gendered thing. But super cool shot just because obviously very unique to have all this like turquoise netting around the subject. So here I was trying to go for like a bit more of a creative shot. So then yeah, so just positioning wise I was trying to see what it would look like. To have the blue, like the turquoise behind her, have it somewhat in front of her, shrouding her. Looks not bad. This is a fishing net. Yes, yes, exactly. Fishing net. Razor says 1 to 2 weeks depending on where you stop in between. Elle says fire hoses are surprisingly good for a defense. Oh wait, if a fire hose as it, so if you have a, I'm assuming if you're out in sea, does that mean you have unlimited ammo if you have a fire hose? Or like do you just pull from the seawater to use as your, yeah. If so, it's like I feel like you can just have an infinite hose against your enemies. Just a small one says that. Fjord lined. Gotcha. Fire hoses have really high pressure. Yeah, I can almost imagine a pirate tries to board your ship. You hit him with the high pressure fire hose and he just like, I can see him slipping all the way and then flying off the rails. I think I've watched too much Pirates of the Caribbean stuff maybe. Oh, there's a really good show on Stars Network way back in the day called Black Sails. Man, that was such a fun show to watch. Black Sails. Okay. Shot looks nice. Let's look at the last one here. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Cool. All right, I'm happy with them. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This one, I'm not sure if I will use, just because it's really just for the moment she's standing here. But it doesn't last long enough. Yeah, it doesn't last long enough. So But I might use this to create a LUT later on. So I'm just gonna like, I need to figure out, I'll just leave it off to the side for now. Alright, let's work on this one. I think exposure, contrast, all that, or like the color corrections, I'm kind of happy with it as is. Although it is kind of dark. But let's just stick with this. So how will Dehancer work on this one? Every day. There's kind of like two shots here in one, so we'll see. Razor said, done those 2 times. You done what 2 times? Shot a pirate off your ship with the fire hose? You'll fix them to the deck so you can't come alongside. Had 2 voyages on the fjord lines as a passenger. Gotcha, gotcha. Mooney Banasir says, you sent me a DM? Okay, I'll check out the DM. Razor says, 2 fjord lines. Gotcha, gotcha. Alright, let's continue. Ooh, I like this one. This is the Agfa Color 100. Oh man, I feel like this shot can have a lot of interesting options to go with. Should I do a black and white? This could be good for black and white. Maybe not for the close-up, but at least for here. It could work with black and white. Although I like the color ones here too. Like this one has like a really nice vintage vibe to it. Okay, so for this one, I think I want to go a bit more on the creative side. So I think I want a faded look and I want something that kind of resembles a bit more vintagey. So I like this Agfa. While I like this one, I think it's too dark. Like, yeah, I want the colors to pop. So this one's nice. This one's also vintagey. And then the black and white could be really cool. This one kind of draws the eye to the... So it's a bit like vignetted almost. Okay, so I kind of view it as like maybe I just do 2 clips out of this, just right before the motion, and then I can see if how much can I stabilize it. So if I cut it here, yeah, so we're just gonna use this portion here, and I might even see, can I do the camera lock and stabilize it so it looks like it's on a tripod. We'll see. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it kind of warps a bit, doesn't it? Also, when the bikes pass, it causes issue. Okay, I think it's like acceptable. Alright, so then... Oh, we're back to Fuji Color 100. So yeah, I think that might be my favorite one so far. Or like this one I keep coming back to as like, oh, I like the look and feel. However, I want to go with like a super creative shot. Or like, can we do something that's a little bit either black and white, or we're going to do like a vintage feel. What does that mean? I have no idea. But maybe like a warm tone to it. Dun, 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 dun. Although I feel like what I think works the best for this is the ones where it feels like kind of vignettes, or it just puts the center focus on the whatever this smoky thing is, the entrance. Okay, this one's vintagey. It's got like a green tone to it almost. Konica Impress. I think I've used this a few times. Ooh, I like this one too. And let's slow this down real quick. That's one thing that's annoying about DaVinci's stabilization. When you have a subject passing, like, you know, from left to right, right to left, the stabilization wants to track with that motion, and it gives you a bit of a jitter. I don't know how to fix that. Let me ask ChatGPT. I'm using DaVinci, and I have this one footage where the camera's, generally speaking, pretty fixed in position, and I'm like pointing at something far away. However, occasionally you'll see a biker or someone passing by very quickly in between me and the subject. And when I use the stabilization with translation mode, it oftentimes will actually kind of automatically start tracking the passing subject. And so then you get this weird jittery motion as it like loses what it's supposed to be focused on in terms of for stabilization. Is there a different mode, or is there some settings I need to adjust so that I can continue or maintain stabilization without having it jump around when something quickly passes from left to right or right to left?
Yeah, totally. So what's happening there is basically the stabilizer is just kind of getting distracted by that moving object in the foreground. In DaVinci Resolve, you can actually try switching to the perspective or similarity stabilization modes instead of just the translation mode. Those modes are a little less likely to latch on to something that's quickly moving through the frame. You can also adjust the tracking area or even use a little bit of manual stabilization to keep the focus on the main subject. So yeah, switching mode should help and keep things nice and stable.
Elthing says it's one of those 2 cruise ferries, long trip. Gotcha. I should get some food. Talk to you later. Well, thank you, El, for being here. And you asked, wouldn't that just change anchor points? If you're referring to what I was talking about, I have no idea. I just, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Oh yeah, it fixed it. That's much better. Cool, cool. All right, we learned something new. Because occasionally I do run into this issue where I'm trying to stabilize, and then if something moves in front like that, it like decides to track the foreground object for a second, and then jumps back to the normal thing. Hells yeah. Okay. So I think this one looks really cool. And then there's the Konica Impressa, which also has a nice vintage vibe to it. It's got like this green tone, which I generally wouldn't like, but for some reason I feel like it does add to this weird temple vibe. Let's look at the before and after. Yeah, so it's got like this weird limey color to it, yellowish, greenish vibe, which like I don't think I enjoy. But if I want this kind of vintage, you know what? What am I saying? I have no idea. But I'm kind of torn between these two for now in terms of like the styles. So this one has a bit more color across the shot, whereas the one we were just looking at before, if I just undo, this one is more desaturated. Let's look at the difference. So it's a bit more faded, more compressed on this one. This one's a bit more high contrast and desaturated. Okay, I think I'm leaning towards this weird colored one for now. Konica Impressa. Ooh, this one's interesting as well, just because the weird blue. But I think I'm not a fan of the blue as much, so let's keep looking. Dun, dun, dun. This makes the yellow stand out. I mean, the reason I like these ones, it just like draws the eye straight to that little statue thing. So these ones are just like more of like a, look, I'm here to do a job, and my job is to draw your eyes towards the subject. So everything else gets a bit darker, muted, desaturated. Whereas the one we were playing with before was more of like the whole scene kind of gets a facelift in terms of the colors. But as I compare the two, I think I'm still leaning back to this one, this weird greeny lime-ish vibe. So, alright, we'll keep checking though. Black and white also could be really interesting, because I don't really play with black and white too often. So as far as like a product review video, it might be good to show a little bit of like just trying it out in different scenarios, including black and white, possibly. But the thing is, like, I don't think black and white is my forte, so I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll go with we'll go with this Konica Impressa look. All right, proceeding. Let's go to film compression. Yeah, let's increase it all the way. Maybe just a little bit of that white point. Tonal range, yes, I always like playing with that. Maybe not too much on this one though. Hold on. Color density, yes. This one I'm open to lifting up the black point a bit, because I'm kind of like focusing on the full shot. All right, last step. Let's look at the different print films. Fujifilm, Kodak, and gloss. I think I'm leaning towards this one just because it adds a bit more color everywhere. So, like I said, I'm trying to go for like a weird looking, yeah, like a more creative shot, hopefully. So let's stick with this one, the Fujifilm 3513. And then how warm or cool do we want? Tonal contrast. Okay, what about the color head? Okay. This one, I think the grain effect should work nicely. Same with the rest. Okay, now what do we think? And let's go ahead and apply it to the other shots. So then this one, it's going to be completely different, but let's say if we cut it once we've already kind of walked closer, maybe even from here, I'm not sure. Then we'll have to see how stable the footage is as we get closer. So it can be like three shots, I guess. One from a distance, one as we're approaching, and then one super close up. Probably from here. So from here. All right, so we got 3 different moments. And the question is, do we use the same colors, the same color grading across all 3? I'm not sure yet. Copy, paste. Man, this looks so cool. Okay, let's color grade first. Okay, and let's paste it in. Yo, okay. Let's stabilize these guys first. Man, I'm having so much fun with this too. So after I finish this Dehancer stuff, so in terms of like what's next, right? We've kind of, if I'm being honest, I feel like I've over-indexed, or not indexed, I've exhausted a lot of the Nikon ZR footage stuff. We do have one more video to make, which is that 5-hour video with all the Musicbed, relaxing music in the background. But then I'm very excited to get back to my like travel vlog footages. So I was working on episode 2 of my first trip to Mongolia. So I am very excited to get back to that and hopefully finish it out. Then we move on to all the other trips that I've been on, trying to figure out creative ways to kind of tell those stories. And I think this one key thing when it comes to like, hopefully with that whomever I work with as part of like being a YouTube editor, that's a big thing, is like trying to see if I can find someone who has the ability to do like very cinematic storytelling concepts, because then I would love to be able to outsource some of that to the editor as well, so we can like tag team or work together to like, you know, get through 100 terabytes worth of footages. So if I do that only on my own, it's just like good luck to me, you know. It's gonna take me some time to finish. 40% speed. All right, let's play this out. Let's see how these 3 shots look. Hold on, let me go to the color. So again, this is the before and then after. So compress the shot quite a bit. Obviously we have this grainy effect, we have this like bloom inhalation effect, so the red glow and the kind of like the white glow around this subject, which in my opinion kind of works out nicely because it's a very, you know, we're entering a temple, so there's something very supernatural about this thing, so kind of adding to that effect is cool. You got the smoke, you got the bikers passing by. So if I was an editor, or if I'm working on like a trailer showing some of the cool clips all together, I could totally see maybe use like a few seconds from this moment, maybe just as the biker passes, then cut to the next clip where we're like approaching. Yeah, just doing a quick little approach for a quick second, and then hop to the third scene where it's like the super close up. So then I can see like some kind of a extended story where we show all three. And then just like a few seconds from this just to finish it off, round it out. And then here, as I'm looking at this, I feel like I can drop the exposure just slightly. I like the brightness of this, but I can drop it a bit because obviously I want to add some contrast to the smoke coming through. And then one thing, I always feel like there's like one clip at the end. Okay, anyways. So let's go ahead and drop the curve a bit more. Something like that. Yeah. So then let's let that play through. So again, before, after. All right, I like it a lot. Man, we got so much more to go though. Jesus. All right, on that note, I don't think this shot does much. It's like a cool shot with the smoke, but we have our smoke shots now. So in terms of close-ups, like this doesn't really tell a story. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this one. Let's do our cat. Let's just knock this one out of the park. How do we want to color correct this? Let's lift the exposure first. And then I need to drop those, the highlights. Okay. Man, that one green light there is a little bit annoying. What to do? What to do? Well, at the very least, I don't think anything's over or underexposed based on the waveform. This kind of looks like it should be. It might be. I don't know. But that's fine. Oh yeah, I guess we don't need the whole scene. So let's relook at this. Let's look for the nice shot that we want to keep. Okay, we can just do this like quick little focus pull moment. So roughly around here to there before my shadow kicks in. So yeah, roughly there. Oh, this looks nice too though. Hold on a minute. Because we can play this in reverse. To like there. Okay. So we have two potential moments. Let me go ahead and let's drop these both. So we have one moment coming this way, and then we got one moment the other way. But let me reverse this clip. And then start it from like here. Okay. All right, so if we use this one as the example, I'm probably not going to get any better when it comes to... Oh, I was supposed to watch a YouTube video. Actually, this might be a good time because there's a new video from Colin Kelly. So Colin Kelly, I was introduced to him by a few people in the chat previously, who suggested Colin Kelly for if I want to be better at color grading. So we started watching some of his videos and they've been all super excellent. Like, man, in terms of like, if you want knowledge about being better at editing your footages, this guy seems to be the master at it. So a new video came out, avoid these tools if you want to grade faster, and the thumbnail says stop using lift, and I was just about to use it, so good timing. Wait, was I going to use lift? What was the other method? Oh no, I was going to use the HDR, but in the past I was using the primary's color wheel, and I was using the lift if I needed to lift the shadows. I think more recently I've been trying out this black and dark to do that. So I'm curious what Colin Kelly would say. Let's watch this.
In this video, I'm going to show you 3 popular grading tools that are quietly killing your speed, whether you're a pro or a beginner. And I'm going to show you what you can use in their place. Now, what we're going to look at today, these are just examples of something that I want you to have the ability to spot for yourself when you're grading. So we're going to start with a question. What exactly makes a tool a speed killer? Well, it's pretty simple. A speed killer is any tool whose use requires some kind of compensation. Imagine that you had a car where every time you hit the accelerator, the steering wheel would drag off to the left, so you'd have to grab it and pull it back to the right to keep the car on the road. That would be a literal speed killer, right? But more to the point, that would be an inefficient tool. And you'd of course be far better off with a car that just keeps going straight when you hit the gas. We're going to take a look now at 3 tools in Resolve that have similar behavior. They might give us what we want, or at least some of what we want, but they're also going to give us stuff that we don't want, that we didn't ask for, and then we're going to have to compensate for if we want to use that tool. And we're going to start here in our primaries palette with one of the very first tools that I learned to use when I was grading, the offset wheel. Now, I'm working in a color managed setup here today. If you don't know what that is, or you need to brush up on it, or you want to see how I set up my color management in my projects, I've got some great videos on that topic here on the channel. For now, I'm going to stay focused on the task at hand, which is using my offset to make an exposure adjustment, because right now we're sitting quite underexposed, right? So let's grab this offset wheel and spin. In this video,
How to color manage using nodes in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, let me save this for later. Save for stream.
and to the right. And you can see as I do this that like by the time I get to a workable exposure level on my subject's face, my black point has gotten really flat and foggy, right? Like there's almost no contrast in the low end of this image. That's because offset is a speed killer and it requires compensation. And I can of course do that. I can compensate. I can turn off my offset and go to my lift here and pull things off to the left. Though as soon as I do that, you'll notice I'm going to need to now go back to my offset and open it back up to compensate, because spoiler alert, lift is also a speed killer. We're going to talk more about that in just a minute. But point being, I can absolutely get to some kind of workable place by playing lift and offset against each other. And I know that's true because I did it for years when I first began grading, and I was able to make it work with enough effort. But at a certain point, I started to ask the question, like, what if I didn't have to? What if there was just one tool, one adjustment that would give me everything I want and nothing that I don't, so that I don't have to keep compensating for these unwanted side effects of my offset adjustment? Let's take a look at what that looks like. So I'm gonna grab a still of this version of things right here, and then we're gonna reset. And we're now gonna go over to our HDR palette. And we're gonna go to this exposure slider here under the global wheel, okay? And what I wanna do is wipe to the previous version that we just did, and I'm gonna just kind of eyeball match to a similar exposure level on my subject, like something like this. And if we wipe between these, so here's my offset, here's the other version, well, like that's not subtle, right? That's night and day, it's a huge difference. What is the difference that we're seeing there? It is the difference between using a speed killer tool that I wasn't able to fully compensate for versus a tool that does exactly what I want and nothing that I don't want, that I don't have to create any compensation for at all. And this really drives the point home that is worth keeping in mind when you're thinking about this speed killer topic. It's not all about speed. Speed and quality are so intertwined. Like in this case, not only did I get there much faster with this tool, I got to a much better outcome than I did with my offset version here. Could I get to something more like this using offset and lift? Probably, but would it take the same amount of time? Absolutely not. It would take more time, and I would have to continue working those things against each other to try to get even close, okay? Now, a minute ago we talked about lift. Let's talk some more about lift. I want to go over here to shot number 2. And if we look at shot number 2, we're going to start with making a little exposure adjustment like we were just doing. Not much because I kind of like where this image is sitting, but let's just open it up here. And even after that adjustment, what I'm going to find is that in the low end of the image, I feel like I'd like to see a little bit more. It feels a little bit thick, a little bit crunchy, so I'd like to open things up. And the tool that I was taught to use for this was lift. So let's give it a try. We're going to go back over here to our primaries, and I'm going to grab my lift, and I want you to pay attention to what's happening in the image and in the histogram when I do this. Like, first of all, I am getting what I'm looking for, roughly speaking. Like, I want to see more in the shadows. I'm seeing more in the shadows. Like, that box is being ticked. It's just that I'm getting other stuff that I don't want along the way. That's why lift is also a speed killer. So as I open this up, you can see it's not just the low end of the image. It's every pixel on the image that's being moved. It's just that some pixels are moving more than others. So the idea that lift is a shadow adjustment, it just doesn't hold in the way that it feels like it should. It really does affect most of the pixels in most images. It just affects some of them a bit more than others. So as I open this up, what's going to most commonly happen if you're working in this way is you're going to go, okay, I got what I want, but now I want to maintain some contrast in the middle and some weight in the bottom. So I'm going to grab my gamma wheel and turn that to the left. Okay, and kind of like trap that adjustment just into the lower end of the image, so it's not reaching quite so far up into the midtones and highlights. Okay, but what happens now, because gamma is also kind of a speed killer, gamma is going to start to drag down the brighter values, the highlights in the image, and before I know it, I'm going to probably have to go into my gain and open the gain up a little bit in order to compensate for what the gamma was doing that I didn't want. Okay, so you.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the issue I was running into, at least when I was starting. I think I had seen some YouTube video that was telling me, hey, you play with your lift, gamma, and gain to essentially play with the lights. So you use your lift to lift the shadows or like the dark areas. Gamma is more like your midtones, and then the gain is for like your highlights. So if you need to drop the highlights, use these guys. But I would run into the exact same thing he's talking about, where it's like, oh, if you lift this, sometimes you end up extending or like bleeds into other effects that you don't want. And then you'd have to play with the other ones to try to remove that. But then that can bleed into the initial effect that you wanted. And then it's like, yeah, like to his credit or what he's talking about, it's like you like end up fighting yourself with these tools.
You end up kind of chasing things and working your way through serial compensations once you get off onto this pattern, and you end up really chasing your own tail quite quickly. Now, with enough practice, you can get good at this, and especially if you have a control surface, you can even get pretty fast at it. But again, the question that came up for me along my calibrating journey was like, what if I didn't have to? What if there was a different way of going about this that didn't require these compensations and this tail chasing? So let's grab a cell what we just did here and see if we can audition something like that. So I'm gonna go over here in my custom curves where I already have a preset anchor point, which happens to rest right at middle exposure for the color space that I'm working in right now, which is DaVinci Wide Gamma Intermediate. That means that as long as I don't move this anchor point, I will not be moving middle exposures. I will be moving things around middle exposure, and that's going to allow me to make a more localized shadow adjustment than lift does. Now, just for sort of comparison, take a look here in a separate node. If I want to see what the equivalent of lift is in custom curves, that would be this. And you can now see why it kind of makes sense that you wouldn't get anything great out of the image, because look what we're doing here. We're altering the contrast and the character of the entire image when we make a lift adjustment. We need to do something more localized that does the stuff that we want without also doing stuff that we don't want. Okay, so what we can do here in node number one is I can go and just grab my black point, my lowest point, and start to scoop that up a little bit. And if I want to, if I need to, I can draw one more control point here and just create a little bit of compression. Okay, now if we wipe between these two, I've ended up in a really...
And I think I started doing that as well, right? So again, based off of what I was watching from him, I technically have that built into my my nodes. So if you go to the curve, you'll see that there's like one little point there, and I believe that point is meant for the middle gray. So let's see if I can turn it on and see. Yeah, so then that point is right at where this middle gray line is here. So I've also gone ahead and done the thing that he suggested. Although sometimes I really hate working with it, to be fair. But anyways, so then I guess what he's saying is I can just use this as a way to lift the shadows in this case, because it's a bit too dark, let's say. And then I'll just drop this slightly to keep the color still. Anyways, let's keep watching.
A similar spot, and if I wanted to get even closer, I totally could, just by walking this black point adjustment back down, okay? Or by going a little bit deeper with my compression if I wanted to. It's easier to create and it's easier to revise once we have the right tool for the job, and we're not chasing things with speed killers that require compensation after compensation after compensation. So another great example there of having the right tool in place and how quickly you can get to what you're looking for compared to using a speed killer that requires a compensation and so on and so forth. Okay, let's take a look at one more example. We take a look at two kind of tonal adjustments. That's why we're looking at exposure, and now we're looking at a lift or a shadow adjustment, which is a contrast thing. Let's take a look at some color stuff. So here in shot number 4, what my note is, what I would like to do, is I'd like to get a little more saturation on my subject here. And the obvious tool for that, the first tool that most of us would intuitively think of, would be our saturation knob here in our primaries palette. And check out what happens. If I grab for this and I turn it to the right, I can use it to get to a good spot with my subject's skin. But if I pop back out here, take a look at these tomatoes and like whatever this paper lantern thing is here in the frame, they've gotten really, really electric by the time I get to some kind of change in my skin tone that I want to see. Now again, we can compensate. And I also got good at this in my earlier years of grading. Like, all right, I guess that's just what saturation does. So I'm gonna learn to manage it and compensate for it with things like going to my hue versus sat curves and grabbing my red and dropping that down. Like that's making it a little bit better. More recently, you could go to something like the color slice tool and grab for your density, and that's gonna add a little bit of weight to your more saturated colors. And by the time I kind of stack those things up, I've got a pretty decent looking net saturation change, right? Well, let's grab still this and see if it's possible to get to a similar place with a different tool, with the right tool in the first place, that doesn't have to get me the result I'm after by being stacked with a bunch of other tools. So let's reset this. And I'm gonna stay right here in my color slice tool, and instead of working the density, I'm just gonna hit the saturation and start working that to the right like so. And if I wipe between these two, It's not identical, but it's a pretty similar result. And I got there with one single adjustment that I'm not having to calibrate against two other adjustments in order to get to a workable solution. It's a great final example of the power of having the right tool and choosing to forego a speed killer that you're going to have to.
So he's saying he uses the saturation within the color slice. Okay, okay. Let me just write that in my notes. I had my notes somewhere here. Where would I have written that? Was it for the Dehancer review? When did I start doing the color grading? I think it was part of the Chimp project. Damn, how did I forget where I put my notes? Dun, 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 dun. Product review script? No. Well, that sucks. I forget where I put this. Where can I write it for now? You know what? F it. I'll just remember this later. So he uses color slice. If he wants to adjust the saturation, that's one of the areas he'll use. Okay.
To create compensations against and often end up just chasing your tail with. So there you have it. That's 3 examples of the danger and the hazards of a speed killer, as well as the power of having the right tool in place that's going to get you everything you want and nothing that you don't. And the thing I want to leave you with is this. Finding that right tool, that itself takes effort. That's not always free. I just gave you 3 really good alternatives to 3 really common speed killers, but now that you're thinking about the idea of speed killers, you may discover others when you're grading, and you may then have to figure out like, okay, I know it's a speed killer, I can tell because I'm going to compensate for it, but what am I going to use instead? That in and of itself can take some exploration and some diligence and some time before you find it. But I want...
Okay, thank you, Teacher Kelly. Colin Kelly, shout out to him. Okay, I think one of these videos is enough for now. Okay, so then I think we've done essentially what we should on this one. Let's go into Dehancer. Hello, Nala. You want to go down? Okay. Let's start working with our Dehancer. Ooh, I like this one already. But let's start from the beginning. This one's nice. This one's nice as well. This is the Agfa color. Black and white. Could it work on black and white? Also, I need to turn off that flicker effect. So let me just create a second node here. Deflicker. See how that looks. This kind of looks nice in black and white. It's not bad. Fuji Rila 500D. Fuji Chrome Velvia 100. Oh man, I'm getting hungry. It's 10 p.m. Okay, this arrow color one I like a lot as well. Kodak Ektar, we've seen this one before. This one's good as well. Oh, it's the Konica one again. I feel like I've gotten good results with Konica. Colors on the cat here, I'm not as big of a fan of. It's a bit more on the warm side, which obviously we can fix. And the colors here are a bit more limey-ish, I guess. But it's not bad. Okay, I think I'm leaning towards the Ektar. Where was it? Fuji colors. So something. Was it something Ektar? Where are you? Ektar. Yeah, okay. This is the one. I think I just like the white color on the cat more. So it's not like overly warm or anything. It's like better balance, I would say. However, I think we can probably do some compression to this, and then let's see if we want to make it one way or the other. Hold on. I think I like pushing this a bit. So maybe we'll push it all the way. Yeah, looks good to me. So then let's move on to film compression. Let's skip the developer. I think I need to compress the white just a bit. Now this one, I usually like having the high tonal range, but I guess for this shot I can't do it. The change was a little too drastic and not in a good way. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I think I like this Fujifilm 3513 the most. Okay, I like this one. All right, let's then carry this across. Oh wait, I almost forgot. Let's turn on the film grain, halation, and bloom effects. I still don't know. I'm still kind of torn when it comes to like using grain, how much I want to use it or not. And honestly, it'll just come down to once I export it, maybe it looks cleaner. But sometimes I feel like the grain is too much. It's like a bit overwhelming. But all right, let's paste this over. So then this is option 2. Man, what a badass cat. Just chilling on the bike. And let's also make sure to stabilize. Good girl. Okay, we got these guys. Oh man, we got a lot more clips to go. We got some cool footages here as well. Should I hop around or should I just go sequentially? Okay, let's just go sequentially. You know what? No more favoritism. We're just gonna go one at a time. So here we are. This shot, I think, no need. Let's just edit as is. All right, so step 1, let's check out the film stock profiles. Oh, I like this one. Agfa something XPS 160. This one's not bad as well, but I think that first one was better. This one's nice. Ooh. Yet again, it's the one that I keep coming back to, the Fuji Color 100. I think that must be, as of now, it's probably my... it definitely stands out as one that I constantly seem to like. Or I'll like definitely pause when I come across it. This one's not bad on the lighting, but then the skin tone is a little bit off. This one's not bad. Fuji Color Superia 1600. This one could be fun from like a creative shot. It's a bit on the warm side, but it's not bad. Kodak Aero Color. Aero Color is another one that I seem to use quite a bit. Let's find it. Oh yeah, I've already bolted it, but let's underline. This one's nice. Kodak Ektar. That's the other. Yeah, we've been using this one too. Yep, there we go. We've already bolded it. Let's just underline it. Currently, I think this one is my winner. Ektar 100 or the first one we saw. So let's see. Okay, I think we got our winners. But let me just do one quick check. So this is the other one that I liked. The Jesus Christ, how do you say it? Agfa Color Portrait XPS 160. Jesus. So then how does that compare to the one we just looked at? Ektar 100. Wait, is this the one? Kodak Ektar 100. Yeah, I think this one. Okay, let's go with the Ektar. But then let's make adjustments now. So I think I want a bit more on the cool side. Right around there. Okay. Film compression. I think we need a bit of it, just because there's a bit of shine on those foreground objects, which can be a little bit distracting. Here I might lift it though, because you can kind of see through it if I drop that Y point. So something like this. Tonal range. Okay. All right, I like this 3513 print film. Here, I think the skin tone I might... actually, it's not too bad, but let me see. What can we change here? Something like this. Yeah, I kind of like having a bit of a blue tone across everything. Let me see here. Okay. It's not bad. Okay, so then let's add the usual suspects. We're gonna add that halation, the bloom. And then the question is like, which part of this do we want to keep? So we got a nice close up here and then transition over. So I feel like that kind of works on its own. So maybe right up until he looks up. So this could be one potential clip here. Oops. And then clip number 2 is on the reverse side. So if we start from here, maybe from right around here. Yeah, okay. So we got these 2 clips. Let's see. Clip speed was 50 frames per second for both. Okay, I can't do the math. What is it? 20. What is the frame rate of this timeline? 23.976. 23.976 divided by 50. So I can slow this down. If I do my math correct, or if my calculator is correct, I should be able to drop this to 47.952% speed. And then let's remove the part at the end. Or we wanted to start from when it starts moving in one direction, not both. Cool, cool, cool. And then the final thing, I think I just want to quickly just drop the exposure slightly. All right, let's see how they look. Let me stabilize. All right, we're getting some nice shots. I am actually excited. So this Dehancer video, at the very least, while I still need to work on like, obviously making sure I have a tight script and there's enough knowledge that I'm sharing across the product review, so that it's a useful video. At the same time, in terms of the footages that we can show to as like our proof points, right? So this is going to be the nice, what do you say? This is the hook. Yeah. So as far as the hook goes, to be like, hey, I used Dehancer for over a month, and here's the examples of where it shined. And then boom, boom, whether it's a trailer or just built into the hook, all of these shots that we have here, I think it's like a testament to the fact that Dehancer can absolutely make your shots look really nice. Like have certain looks to it, have certain character, the film concept as well. So let's just check here. So before, after, before, after. Same thing before, whoops, wrong one. Before, after, before, after. All right. Progress, progress. Also progress with my cat bed. Looks like I think she's enjoying it. There she is. It kind of looks like she's looking at herself. It looks like she's observing her own portrait. She's like, yeah, I know. I know, I know. I am starving. It is now 10:20. So normally what I would be doing now is I should be ending the stream so that I can eat dinner, kind of have an hour or so before I fall asleep. But I'm also feeling really hyped. Like I have so much more work to do. We have so many footages here. But I also have to wake up early tomorrow because I have to go to like a doctor's appointment thing or take care of the whole psychiatrist stuff. So maybe what I'll do is let's try to find one more, at least one more shot that I want to edit. What should we choose? Oh yeah, let's do this one. because we got our little like iconic Arduck, our eagle hunter, puffing away on his cigarette. So this has always like been an iconic shot for me because he's like such a badass. Look at this dude, not giving a flying F that he's in the middle of a snowstorm, and it was like I think -40 almost the whole time we were there basically. So this will be super fun. So I'll just cut it to here maybe. "60 frames per second. Let's slow this down to 40% speed. Let's stabilize it. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right, here we go. Step 1, let's go ahead and adjust the exposure. So obviously it's super overexposed here. So we're just going to drop it down. Let's actually maybe jump ahead to this shot. Yeah. So this is kind of like the iconic moment where the smoke is coming out. So using this, let's kind of check out where we stand. Okay, I think this looks good. Now let's go to Dehancer, see what we got. Dun, dun, dun. This one's nice and vintagey. It's the XPS 160 again. This one looks better, or like cleaner, more XP 199, 1999, 1991, Jesus. This one looks clean. Astrum Color -125. This one looks nice as well. Cine Still 800T. The whites look nice and white. Cine Still 800. This one looks creative. It's got like a purple hue. This one's a bit, oh yeah, we're back to it. Fuji Color 100 yet again. This one looks a bit like, not grungy, I don't know. Kind of fits the vibe. But it is slightly dark, so that we'd have to correct for. This one's got a cool tone to it. Vintage. Warm tone. This one's nice. Superior 1600. Superior. Fuji Superior 1600. Kodak Aero Color. This one I like as well. I'm leaning towards this one so far. It's not bad. Do 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 do. Kodak Supra 100. Okay, so I think I'm in between this Ultra Max versus Aero Color 125. Let's compare. Alright, I'm leaning towards this one. Kodak Aero Color 4. Let's do one more pass through. Superior 1600 versus this one. Okay, I think this is the one. Let's just check the push-pull again. Ooh, nice. I think I like this one the most. Okay. What else? What else? I think I just want to play with the curves just slightly. There we go. All right, let's check it out. Oh, wrong one. Let's look at the before and after. So this is the before, and then this is after. All right. Okay. Okay. I think that's a good place to end. Yeah. Just because now it's, oh, nice. What timing? It is now 10:30. So I hit it right on the money. So it's 10:30. What does that mean? So that means I have some time to grab some dinner, and then what else? Go to sleep. Maybe I'll watch some TV show or movie before, and then tomorrow I gotta wake up early, do the doctor thing. It's all for the in the name of like seeing if I can get diagnosed with ADHD, or if I can be diagnosed with the clean bill of health of, hey, there's nothing wrong with you. I'm actually happy with either approach. I just want to know, you know. It's just one of those like, just tell me, am I mentally, do I have something where I need to take some drugs, or can we just kind of live without it? So tomorrow morning, I believe I'm going to go because I have to get a blood test, an ECG. I don't know what that stands for, from like a general practitioner. And then those I need to send over to psychiatrist. And then the psychiatrist will then approve. I have to go to a psychometrist. So I don't even know what actually, you know what? Let me ask ChatGPT that. And then let me go ahead and see if there's anyone live right now that I could potentially raid, because I want to make sure to return the favor. Let me ask psychometric question. Quickly, Amber, could you tell me what is involved in a psychometric exam if I'm trying to see if I have adult ADHD?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're looking at a psychometric exam for something like adult ADHD, it usually involves a mix of questionnaires and tasks that look at things like your attention span, your impulsivity, how you handle tasks over time, and just your overall patterns of behavior. So you'll answer questions about your daily life and maybe do a few attention-related tasks. And all of that together helps give a sense of whether ADHD might be in the picture for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, anyways. Those are the things I need to take care of, is what I'm saying. I wanted to raid someone, but I don't follow enough people, it seems like, unless someone has suggestions, because I think I see some people, but they're all like doing gaming stuff. So unless I can figure this out in the next like 30 seconds, how can I figure this out? Oh, also, I'm happy to say my cat is chilling in her little bed. And actually, it kind of worked out that she's chilling on this bed, because obviously right now I have a picture of her right there. So it kind of goes hand in hand. Unfortunately, I don't have a picture of Kimbap in the same way, because these are photos that I printed a long time ago, because it used to be like collages on the wall. So it kind of works out that she's over there, and then obviously we've got, this is the bed that he normally sleeps in anyways. So they've kind of found their spots. So very happy with that. Okay, guys, I appreciate it. Tomorrow I will probably stream same time. No, actually I might stream a little bit earlier. I'm not sure yet, because I'll have to wake up early. Same thing, we're just gonna crush through all of these as much as we can. I'll do a little bit of prep work beforehand when it comes to just like all the potential clips that I'm gonna work on, because there's a bunch missing here from my past trips. And then the goal is, once we have all of these edited in Dehancer, I should then be able to export it, hand it off to an editor. Off stream, what I'll need to do in the coming like 1 to 2 days is I'm gonna go ahead and choose some of those where I'm gonna pre-record myself as I'm talking and recording my screen, as I show like the steps of how I use Dehancer, what are my favorite features, blah, blah, blah. And so hopefully I won't flub it too much. Those things can also be sent to an editor. And then hopefully, yeah, there's a bunch of other things, obviously, but there's a lot of things behind the scenes that I need to work on before we start the stream. So a lot of fun stuff to get through. Thank you guys. I appreciate another fun day of streaming. I appreciate it. On day 85, happy Halloween. Enjoy getting candy or whatever else people do on Halloween. Dress up, watch some scary movies, and